All right. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening, wherever you are. Welcome. Welcome. We're going to be getting started very shortly here with Mr. Adler versus Lehoot. They are currently 1-1 on the opening round of this Domination qualifier, sponsored by Creative Assembly. Yes, it's the Clash. Once more, we're here. Clash it up. And welcome. Thank you all for joining me. Da, 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 da. Shoot me a message on Discord real quick, Reapero. Yes, yes. We'll pop it over here so we can get ready to cast this. Had a little bit of a delay getting started, so it will probably be a pretty long one today. But yeah, we're in for some domination fun on the new patch. Hopefully you all are enjoying. Let's see here. Yeah, people are starting to advance through the rounds, so looking good. Did you message me on Discord? I didn't see anything. Oh, is it up here? Hang on. Got tons of message requests. Okay. Uh, Here we go. Yeah, give me just a second here to get this sorted out. Okay. Uh, 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 let's see here. Uh, uh, let's see here. Let me actually close this real quick as these guys are getting started. Yeah, this is why I was waiting to start, is because I was hoping we'd work through all these administrative issues from the bracket. It basically just completely broke, and I had to reset the entire thing. So, let's see here. Where are you, sir? Uh, Yeah, also, as a courtesy reminder, just be sure to check, even in, like, in between games and around. It doesn't hurt to just cast your eyes on the Discord real quick and check to see if there's any announcements or anything. Yeah, not that it's absolutely required, but anyway, let's get on to the game here, as we already have Mr. Adler and Lahoot engaging on this Game 3 of their best-of-3 series. We've got Empire versus Dark Elves, and it's looking like Boris the Todd leading the way with some war wagons, a couple of masters, double master in fact, with the grenade outriders being pressured a little bit there, bunch of state troop infantry, captain, and Gundulf, the Grey Wizard here. And then, yeah, we've got Supreme Sorceress of Fire on the opposite side, Knights of the Ebon Claw, Bleak Swords, and some more Cold One Knights. Looks like one Corsair mixed in here right now. But the Masters definitely getting punished pretty heavily. Boris just absolutely chomps one, and another getting a face full of gunfire from those war wagons. And looking good there. Okay. Sweet. Hopefully the stream's looking okay. Quality and everything is good. It's been a while since I've actually streamed on the channel, but there you go. Let's see. Yeah. Nice burning head. Gets some contact on that first spear. Takes a pretty favorable angle. Is going to overrun a little bit into that second spear. Yeah, that's a pretty lucky angle turn there. But we do get the Royal Altar Griffiths Regiment of Renown out here. Maybe going to try and get some terror routes. But they are caught a little bit on the retreat here. Let's see if they're able to effectively screen through their spears. Not get caught by those Cold One Knights. Some Sterling's Revenge. Regiment of Renown Free Company coming in, and a lot more Lizard Cavalry from the Dark Elves. Yeah, that Sorceress of Fire just rocking Burning Head on foot, or on horseback, rather. Looks like maximum cost efficiency there. But the Demigryph Knights get caught flat-footed here. They don't have a charge order. Cold One Knights are going to get a decently favorable engagement, at least initially. These Cold One Knights also pressuring the War Wagons away here. Dark Elves are ahead on points currently, as they've got the two objectives locked down, but Adler not really challenging. Looks like he does move up those two spears now to try and contest the capture there. Free Company Militia getting some very good volleys into the Knights of the Ebon Claw, as the Altdorf Griffites continue to just suffer as they're surrounded by Cold One Knights. That is going to be pretty bad on value, although Lahoot right now, I know value doesn't always 100% track correctly Domination, but at least showing right now that Lahoot's maybe slightly behind, starting to catch up a little bit there. But the Cold One Knights definitely prevailing somewhat against the demis. We're going to see Dark Riders come in for additional mobile pressure just to go after the war wagons here, try and force them out of position. And looking good on both sides somewhat. The Empire's fighting hard here for this objective. They've managed to capture it, but in the meantime, all the other objectives are under control of the Dark Elves. Whoa, we're going to zoom them way up over this tower. Yeah, Dark Elves have their home objective. They managed to push forward onto the Empire side and take their near side objective as well. But let's see if the War Wagons are able to rally here. Boris comes through. He's going to deliver some terror and justice to the Dark Elves. Empire Knights also moving in to try and screen here. Maybe we'll see the Altdorf Griffites get unsummoned, try and recover what little points they can from it. State troops doing an admirable job holding the line over on the far side. Murderous Prowess popping off now. That'll be a nice power boost for the Dark Elves as they try and clog up the backline, get after those war wagons with that extra charge bonus, weapon strength, or not weapon strength, melee attack, that's right. Decent amount of extra charge bonus in particular will be pretty helpful, but it looks like the weakened Altdorf Griffites is just going to be thrown in there for that little bit of extra damage, see if they can't recover a little bit of value here. And the War Wagons eventually do prevail, it looks like. The Cold One Knights being pushed back. Dark Riders also kind of overchasing some routing units there off the edge of the map, but Furies moving, or not Furies, Harpies even. They wish they were Furies. The Regiment of Renown Harpies still not going to do a crazy amount of damage to the Sterling's Revenge. They're not the most offensively focused unit, even though they've got pretty good weapon strength. The War Wagons just use their mass to bully through, and looking like they're going to try and get back up perhaps the objective. The sneaky back cap as well from the one trusty Empire State Troop Spear. Blackheart Corsairs over here, though. They're looking like they're pretty dangerous right now to these tattered spears. Captain holding the line here. I say holding the line. There's not really any line around him to speak of. But Boris comes through, gets those nice debuffs. Let's see, did he take both of them is the question. Yep, he's got both Crush the Weak and White Cloak of Ulrich. Crush the Weak, of course, only affecting low leadership units, but with Big Scary Griffin, high charge, supporting units, can definitely deliver some shock damage and some serious leadership damage as well. Let's see. Some more Outriders being called in. And Empire looks like they're pushing forward, pushing a pretty big value lead right now as well. We do see some Witch Elves come in to defend the back cap. Doesn't look like Empire fully secured this location yet, but almost got there. Empire State Troops now going to be eaten alive by Witch Elves and Dark Riders. Dark Riders kind of just charging into the front there. Maybe not the best, but Empire counterattack coming. All the Knights and Boris and the remaining War Wagons still with ammunition. Free Company Militia, Grey Wizard, all surging forward to try and end this. But at the same time, you know, a little bit of side action here for the Dark Elves. Probably won't be super impactful. Boris himself can just run over there and terror out them off the point immediately, and it's still under control of the Empire. Yeah, let's get in close. Watch a little bit of the cinematics as the Dark Elves try and respond here. Dark Riders running in. The Witch Elves hopefully popped their Witch Brew. Yep, looks like they did. Get a massive damage spike up to 64 weapon strength. Only 16 AP, but still, it's quite a bit. And the Empire doesn't necessarily want to stand and fight here with the tattered forces that they do have. Yeah, a lot of the Empire Knights wisely moving away. Demigryph Knights still hanging around with only 2 unimodels left, but it looks like Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows. Fast support for the Dark Elves. Little Penumbral Pendulum there, though, and those Witch Elves are sent packing. Boris standing strong. Looks like, yeah, the Empire is going to lose this location, though. Dark Elves managed to flip that objective over on the far side. So it definitely needs to get, like, some of those Outriders, Empire Knights to go take this objective right now, although certainly not too far out of reach. Yeah, looking good. Yes, some people asking some questions here on Discord, trying to manage things, but the Empire also managing the Dark Elves reinforcements quite well. Yeah, Empire Knights able to push in, pressure those Dark Rider Repeater Crossbows away, not do massive damage to them on the charge. Yeah, Boris also drops the Terror Hammer. Boris is such a good lord, man. Has been for pretty much all of time. Ooh, we got the Rogue Greatsword moving in to secure this location, and it looks like Lahoot is going to throw in the towel. And that will be victory for... yeah, victory for Mr. Adler with the Empire. Love to see it. Love to see some excellent War Wagon play, supported by Empire Knights. Boris with the steel chair. Boris has always been good in this matchup. And yeah, even to this day, still with the health buffs and some of the other buffs that Griffins have received over time, they're definitely very competitive, even still. 8 Outriders doing a nice job. Yeah, the Empire Knights come in, get some pretty good support value. Some of them get eaten up by the armor-piercing Knights, just like the Royal Alto Griffites do. Lahoot did a admirable job trying to win that cavalry fight, but maybe just overextended a little bit too much to the back line of the Empire and ended up losing a little bit on attrition there to the war wagons, which definitely can happen. Something that absolutely can happen. So let's switch back over to this screen as we pop through, try and find another lobby there. And pop the music back on. Stay with me. Doing well. Hello, everyone. Got quite a few people here in chat. Glad to see you all here today. Let's see. Just one second. Uh, uh, let's see here. Just checking something on the bracket real quick. We'll go ahead and jump in on the spectator on this one as we're doing that. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't cause any issues, but I'm going to try and switch some people on the bracket real quick. Okay. Just one second here. Here we go. We're all learning something new here today. Get things switched up. Learning how to do some bracket management on Total Tavern by Turin. Of course, big thanks to him for hosting the site and for generally being an awesome dude. Okay, let's see if that absolutely screwed everything up. Oh, okay, no, looks like it was successful. Except now I need to do this. Okay. Oh my god. No way. Um, Hang on. Uh, oh my god. No way. Okay. I will be right back, everyone. Hang on. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and jump into cast some games. There's still some technical issues ongoing. I'm trying to see if I can fix it, but, okay. Yeah, we're gonna jump in on some Dark Elves versus the Empire, Azrek Arumem versus Eat the Rich, and I'm gonna try and continue to cast some games while I figure this thing out. But yeah, the bracket, I don't know. I must have screwed something up because it's continuously not populating, not showing. So yeah, unfortunately, it does seem like it's gonna screw with the tracking of the total tournament tavern stats. Hopefully not too bad, but I don't know what I did. But I think I might know how to fix it. I just, yeah, after this I need to go look at some things. But, yeah, we got, oh, hopefully not crashing in the game. Little Empire versus Dark Elves, little laggy here, as we got players connecting from all over the world, but little Balthazar Gelt action, Sigmar's Sons, we've got a bunch of free company here, some swordsmen, some archers, yeah, looks like Famir moving in, backed up by some Marauder Berserkers, horsemen coming in as well, some Kurgans, and some Marauder Horsemen, Regiment of Renown, Famir as well, and Shaman Sorcerer of Fire looking to drop some hot searing dooms, perhaps. Where Altar of Griffites on the far side do contact those Ice Wolf chariots, but also getting attacked by Marauder Berserkers, which will trade pretty decently with their just high overall weapon strength. Now let's see here. Marauder Bearmen infantry as well, so Norska definitely going for quality on infantry, just trying to beat state troops straight up in engagement, which is definitely one way to go about it. Norska does have pretty clearly superior infantry now. War wagons also trying to hang around, do what damage they can, but right now Empire is definitely getting the business in terms of army damage. All the archers being run down here, Ice Wolf chariots overrunning. Even the Royal Altar of Griffites didn't actually end up trading all that well, so Azek doing a nice job. Little final transmutation, though, on the Great Shaman Sorcerer of Fire. Balthazar Gelt jumps in for a little snipe attempt. We've also got a Warrior Priest standing firm, trying to help shore up these defenses if they can. But right now, pretty superior objective control and battlefield control in the hands of Norska. Kurgans getting a nice double envelopment on the Sigmar's Sons there. And the War Wagons taking some pretty significant damage. They've been able to dump a lot of their ammo already. But yeah, looking a little spicy there. Yeah, looks like Norska's taken pretty firm control of this one. We got Famir Warriors continuing to pressure the War Wagons. Yeah, the Berserkers starting to get a little bit overwhelmed here, though, as they do push into the back line. Some Reichsguard Empire Knights coming out to try and countercharge here. And the Shock Cavalry of the Empire maybe can get them back in this game. They are starting to climb back on value a little bit here, even though the value is sometimes a bit fraudulent. But yeah, more Empire Knights moving in. They can get a rear charge here. They'll get a nice trade against the Kurgan Horsemen. Marauder Berserkers as well. The Bearmen even will probably take some damage on the charge. But there's a lot of numbers for the Empire Knights to fight. Granted, they get a really nice charge in here and just hammer those Kurgans and the Berserkers as well. So Empire not out of this yet. It's definitely striking back right now. Balthazar Gelt trying to get in a position to help assist these fights. We've got the Famir Miststalkers moving in. And they Looking pretty tough right now. Yes, gonna try and get after those Ice Wolves, do a nice little interrupt there, bypassing the Mist Stalkers. Get Norska retreating some units. Empire also withdrawing some units. So both sides preparing for the second phase here, as Empire has managed to get a little bit of a points lead. They've managed to maintain control, at least of the one home objective here. Objective number 3 also has not been captured by either player. Way out there in the distance, we got some chariots clashing against some state troops. So Norska should be able to secure that location. But let's see what the Empire can do to respond. Yeah, Norska right now actually goes all triple cap. They're able to actually seize this home objective here as the Empire Eat the Rich is not doesn't have any units on it currently that have any kind of capture weight. Just a little bit outside with these Empire Knights and Free Company and whatnot. So, yeah, Reichsguard going to deliver a nice charge here and continue to push the forces of Norska back. Empire Knights also way out in no man's land here, in some danger of getting overwhelmed by Kurgans and Ice Wolves. Going to try and pull back into a position to support. The objective locations on these ones are quite large, as you can see. So, yeah, like even these tattered Bearmen and Berserkers coming back from out are still technically defending the objective for now. Gonna lessen that capture weight and delay the capture a little bit. But yeah, these Empire Knights getting caught out in the open field by the Ice Wolves, pretty bad. Especially when there's a couple of Great Weapon Kurgan horsemen lurking that can come in and deliver a nice rear charge. Raid very effectively there. Swing and a miss on Balthazar Gelt there on that Searing Doom. Trying to catch those a bit of Kurgan horsemen. Almost called them Nurgle horsemen, although probably some of them worship Nurgle, no doubt. But yeah, maybe it would have been better to wait for them to land and stop before you call in that Searing Doom, get nice contact on those cavalry, able to win that engagement. But right now, they're trading very well against all these Empire Knights, Knights of the Blazing Sun, Reichsguard, and so forth. Looking pretty decent. But let's see what they can do. Balthazar also taking some damage as he kind of gets surrounded by the Great Weapon Kurgan Horsemen. So right now, Norska with the full court press. Azek doing a nice job of getting damage on whatever units he needs to. Using those Kurgan Horsemen to really good effect, along with the Ice Wolves. Getting good engagements. Yeah, those Empire Spearmen going to get caught on the move, don't get their bracing bonus. And looks like Balthazar and the Warrior Priest are both routed at this point. That's probably going to be game for the Empire, even though they do have some Free Company militia on the field. A lot of what Norska has on the field is very tattered. It's been a very bloody battle, for sure. But Norska with some pretty good map control right now and objective control. They also got some good value there in the past minute or so, if the value is to be trusted, which, you know, probably isn't, but... Let's see... Okay. I think I know what I did here. Let me go ahead and, as these guys are getting into the finishing phase, Empire trying to scrap back with whatever they can, but ultimately just getting continuously charged down by Kurgan Horsemen. Nasty burning head as well from that Great Shaman Sorcerer. Just ruins the two Free Company that had been holding the line. So I think it's probably all over. There we go. And that should be all she wrote. Okay, so as these guys are queuing up their next battle, let me go ahead and just take a look here what we're doing. Yes, okay. Okay, so continue on here and update the scoreboard. Whoop. What happened? I guess that was game 2. Okay, so Azek manages to win that one, 2-0. We'll switch back over to this screen here. And give me just 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, so these guys are also on Bordello Landing, which means they should be on game 2. I don't know exactly who's in what position, because I can't see the bracket right now, so yeah, we're going to go ahead and just switch to this one for the time being, and we will join with the scoreboard once we know what's going on. But yeah, I thought I had fixed the thing on the bracket to make it actually show the bracket. I think I had figured out what got screwed up, but even after I fixed it, it does not seem like the bracket wants to show on Little Tavern, so... Let's see if I can figure out a way to get it to populate again. Yeah, interesting. My back-end stuff is all kind of wigging out right now, too. I don't know what's going on, to be honest, but next time I'll probably just run it on challenge, because appreciate the tenor. These things happen, mate. She's all good. Yeah. I appreciate it. Definitely appreciate it. Yeah, it's not ideal by any means, but we're gonna soldier on however we can. And thankfully, someone was able to screenshot the bracket and post it in the chat. So, yeah, if anyone is having issues, we can just kind of advance it manually, old pen and paper style, and we'll move things along. Let's see though. Can I actually input scores manually on the back end? Yeah, GG's indeed. Uh, uh, where is the attack speed enjoyer? Here we go. Yeah, I don't know if it's even like populating people through matches right now, but that's okay. Oh no, I do think it's reporting scores. It's just not showing the bracket for whatever reason. Bracket's still there, it's just hidden from our view. So hopefully those people who didn't refresh the page are able to actually continue to use it, but excellent. So just hopefully just a visual glitch on my end, but we'll keep things moving for now. Ugh. That only cost you $9. Math is mathing today, definitely. Oh, and we're chilling. Just some Tomb Kings versus Zinch on the table here. Rogue AI versus Rangito, and should be in for a good time, you know? I'm not sure how they ended up at this particular matchup, but I do feel like Zinch, you know, they've got some issues here, but they've also got some benefits here. I was expecting maybe more halberds, given the construct potential, but I guess he's going more a little bit lighter, a little bit more ranged. All three Regiment of Renown Monic ranged infantry, and that's super interesting. Super interesting. So let's see how that goes. Cetra on the opposite side, very upset about being killed in the trailer, quote unquote. We all know he was just wounded for 5 turns, right? Zinch is favored in land battle. Yeah, I would probably agree. I mean, they've got halberds, they've got like flaming magic damage. Definitely have a lot of tools here, but I'm not as familiar with the Dom meta between these two factions. Maybe like a Forsaken Rush, actually, might be pretty decent here, just to wipe the Tomb King's infantry. But should be very interesting. Yeah, we've got Exalted Lord of Change, Lord of Tzeentch. Nice to see. I probably would have taken Sarthoriel here, honestly. I really like that Lord of Metal. He's got a little bit better combat stats as well. Okay. Yeah, a couple of Chaos Warriors, 3 of them actually through the front line. Couple of Spears, Chromatic Aberration, Sour Guts, and the Blazing Squealers. You almost never see Blazing Squealers in land battles, but they do have a 1-time ammo refill, and they also give you a little bit of extra passive power recharge when they're not in melee. The Sour Guts, rather, of course, they blow up when you attack them, making them very nice for a ranged unit. And then the Chromatic Aberrations get a little bit of barrier replenishment every time you cast a spell. They also have 360 missile block with a 10% missile block chance. Not much. Big Bird does not have Redonkulous missile resist. He has barrier instead. But, yeah, it'd be great versus Great Bows, but on this map, you could maybe kind of use this big granary tower to kind of cheese it a little bit. Maybe run around your flying single entity behind there. Try and block the shots from the Great Bows, but we do see both Great Bows moving in. Etc. The Imperishable, and some Skeleton Spears, Swords, Nehekar Warriors. So relatively straightforward Infantry Great Bow combo. Gonna see a little fire be unleashed on Cetra. Of course, he is going to be somewhat weak to fire damage, although I don't believe blue fire does the most armor piercing. Yeah, it's only 25% armor piercing, so not going to do a crazy amount of damage, but we'll give a little bit of weakness to fire and armor. Great Bow's unloading right now, getting some nice double contact here on the Squealers and those Chaos Warriors. For now, Tzeentch moving forward. They did not... Oh, they did okay. They did cap their home objective. Tomb King's also sending somebody out there on the far side to get their home objective. Oh, we're seeing some Arcane Surge there. Get some more Winds of Magic recovery early on from Rengito. While Rogue AI is going to start bringing in some melee Ushabti to shore up his fighting prowess here. There's no halberds on the field for Tzeentch yet, so he's pretty safe to do so. Maybe try and punch through. I mean, blues and pinks have pretty good missile damage overall, but they don't have the best AP values in the world. Kind of crossbow level AP, so with as few of them as there are on the field right now, could run in and get some good damage. Of course, the Sour Guts, as mentioned, will do some damage in melee, but right now, focus firing the Blazing Squealers very efficiently. One of the reasons why you don't see Exalted Pinks very much in land battles is just because they're so squishy, especially for the cost. Like, their range is not that great in comparison to other sort of elite skirmishers. Their range and damage just really doesn't stack up to something like Sisters of Avalorn, obviously, with their armor-piercing damage. But even, like, they may be on par with something like, what are they? Not Blade Guard. The Ice Guard, whatever they are for Kislev. But anyway, yeah, Cetra running in here. He's going to get impacted by that missile, which should sunder his armor a bit. Doesn't do too much damage, but Big Bird diving down on the back line. Saw the Lord of Change getting in melee with those Ushabti Great Bows. We see Furies coming forward to pressure the Ushabti Great Bows as well. Chaos Warriors can basically trade infinite skeletons until the Ushabti come get involved. We'll get a little bit of close-in action. Watch these Ushabti carve it up. And watch Cetra also take some pretty serious damage as he cuts through the remaining Exalted Pinks there. Yeah, the other two Regiments of Renown here doing some pretty good work. That extra fire damage definitely going a long way with the relative lack of armor piercing on those missiles. We're going to see him move through onto the Sour Guts. Single entities will take less damage from their explosion as the models die, so it's pretty safe to go in and do that with them rather than, like, say, the skeletons. Big Bird diving in the back line is going to get inundated by some horsemen here. He does have Fury's support, but it's relatively light. Probably doesn't want to overstay his welcome too long in this combat, so it looks like he's going to try and path away, get to safety. The Tomb King's trading pretty well, though. The Ushabti definitely were able to come in, outtrade those Forsaken, come in here and mop up these Chaos Warriors as well, so Tomb King's definitely trading decently right now. In fact, a little bit ahead on army damage value, and we already see the summon being called up. Ushabti summon from that Realm of Souls already got to tier 3, and we're going to see them come in and try and shut down the Sour Guts, but there are Centaurs of Tzeentch also moving in from the Changer's side. Cetra definitely feeling the burn. His cat skipped the leg day, unfortunately, and thus his thighs are absolutely on fire right now, quite literally. But looks like he gets a nice screen through those spears on the Centaurs. Able to mostly, gets a nasty pink fire, or blue fire rather, there to add that extra weakness to fire. It's under his armor a little bit there, allows those pinks to get that much more efficient damage. And the Centaurs, although they have been screened by the skeletons, just kind of ran straight through them. That's probably the end for Cetra, unfortunately, which is definitely a huge loss for Rogue AI here. Right now, Rangito's ahead on points, and might not be 100% even on value here, given sort of strangeness on tracking, but the Centaurs of Tzeentch do get caught up on Cetra momentarily, which is going to allow Sepulchral Stalkers and even those Ushabti Greatbows to fire in, do massive damage. Is Cetra going to be able to save himself here? He is crumbling. Will his leadership recover enough for him to stop crumbling is the question. He can technically heal himself a little bit with his Lore of Magic. That Restless Dead passive will heal him very, very slightly. But let's see. Oh, I don't think he's going to pop out of crumbling. Oh, he does. Just barely with 81 HP. So, yeah, I mean, at this point, Cetra just really needs to stay back so he doesn't take any incidental ranged damage from any of these horrors. Yeah, those spears they just ate it completely. But Cetra right now probably should just, like, run to the back of his deployment so that he can try and heal as much as possible. But we'll see. As soon as these summoned Ushabti go down... Oh, these are not summoned Ushabti. Okay, those are for real Ushabti. Yeah, it looks like Cetra's going to path away, try and save himself here. We did get some Changebringers up in the air, but very nice intercept with the Carrion. They're going to cut through the barrier and start to do some pretty serious HP damage, even if they did almost get routed themselves. Big Bird also coming back to the back line. We got more Carrion being thrown in here to make sure those Changebringers can't come in and affect the battle. Sepulchral Stalkers, nice defensive unit to be able to try and seize this objective here. Just kind of park them on it and let them defend and shoot whatever they need to. Skeleton Horsemen also kind of chilling on the far side. Not getting shot by those pinks. And the blues, I guess, too, technically. But at this point, Big Bird's having some issues. He's not able to dodge as consistently. He's getting a little bit slower from being tired. And getting hit by those Ushabti Greatbows has taken a significant amount of HP damage, so have to see how he gets used through the late game. Skeleton Spears, Skeleton Warriors, Skeleton Chariots being called in. And on the other side, no call-ins yet for Tzeentch. Recently, those Changebringers still just kind of suffering through trying to screen these Vultures, Carrions. Yeah, the Furies do manage to get a good screen there, and the Changebringers actually, despite all the value thrown at them, survive for the time being. Let's see if they can come in here and make a big difference, but there was enough time at least for Tomb Kings to clean up the remaining Regiments of Renown ranged units there. These Chaos Warriors also just straight up break on leadership. Very unfortunate. They had quite a bit of health left there, but now they're going to take some free damage from those Ushabti and from the Nekara Warriors. Sepulchral Stalkers. Ooh, yeah, you see a few of those Changebringers just drop from the sky as well as the Ushabti Greatbows make contact with them. Sepulchral Stalkers moving up. Again, defensive position. Gonna get some range damage, perhaps. Yeah, 4K value lead and a double cap. Tomb King's looking very strong here for sure. Little pink fire, gonna scatter and do some damage to the Eyes of the Desert. Nothing too crazy. But with the loss of all those demonic units, with them just hard crumbling away, Tzeentch is left pretty far behind on battlefield control. Just 9 units. The Rogue AI's 16 undead. Cetra in training right now to be able to best Nagash when he finally comes later on. Looks like the chariot's a little bit slowed by the trees. Finally gonna very limply charge these Forsaken. There's also some Zangors moving in as well. Yeah, not the best charge from those chariots, but the disruption is nice, at least keeping them back for the time being. Spellcore Stalker's also getting a little bit far forward right now. Don't want to go too far out of support range. Chosen the Gods, regular Shabti Great Bows, conserving their last couple of volleys here, although firing into these Forsaken might not be the worst. Yep, looks like he does just that. His last couple of shots there. I'm curious to see, probably retreats the Shabti Great Bows also, now that they're completely out of ammunition. Super curious to see how they'll implement Nagash. I agree, Doomsage should be quite interesting. He's definitely going to be big and bad and probably very tough to deal with in campaign. From a multiplayer perspective, I wouldn't be surprised if he is by far and away the most expensive lord in the game, but just depends. May not even be available for multiplayer, which would be a little bit sad, I think, but otherwise probably will be like 5,000 points or something crazy. Who knows? Who knows what that balance will be, but at the very least we get a couple new lords for like vampire counts, tomb kings, right? Yeah, Spellcore Stalker's now going to open up on the big bird as he dives down, trying to make something happen. I guess just kind of distract, do some damage to these Shabti Great Bows as they come forward. You see the Blazing Squealers get called forth once again. Pretty expensive unit to be bringing in the late game to try and make a push back. But let's see. Chariots are running in. Somewhat going to be blocked by the big block of Forsaken and Zangors as well. Big Bird might be in a little bit of trouble here as Cetra also gets summoned back in. Probably plenty of Winds of Magic left to continue to cast some spells, trying to affect things in a different way. Yeah, see, this is where you would want Lore of Metal to just drop a Searing Doom all over these cavalry. Free himself, get back up in the sky. Lore of Tzeentch is great, don't get me wrong, but yeah, I really like the options that Lore of Metal gets you. Oh, some good shots, though, from those pinks. Going to come in and maybe spring the Exalted Lord of Change loose. The Shabti are probably a little bigger problem right now than Cavalry. Cavalry are relatively squishy and can get blown through, but doesn't look like too many Shabti are actually on this side. Zangors get a nice charge in here. They've got a pretty good charge bonus overall. And looks like they're going to get some damage. Big Bird not able to free himself, though. Cetra comes in, ready to go. Ready to rumble in the jungle. It's not exactly a jungle map, but hey, there you go. He's got... does he have Incantation of Cursed Blades? Yes, he does. So he could give himself a little bit of anti-large here if he needs it. Looks like he doesn't need it. He's able to push his Exalted Lord of Change back up in the air, and Incantation of Vengeance. Should do some... is that a direct damage scaling? Actually, single entity direct scaling? I forget on this one. Strong versus 25 or more entities. Okay, so it's not actually going to do a whole lot of damage to him, but it'll do something. I don't know if it'll be enough to force him into demonic instability, but the speed debuff is nice as well. Kind of discourages him from coming in to attack. Speaking of attacking, etc. moving up, getting those blazing squealers, disrupting and damaging them. And Big Bird will take the bait. He's going to jump down into combat against Cetra, which, given the lack of HP, I don't know if this is going to go very well, but what other choice does he have at this late stage? I think probably Rogue AI's got this one in the bag. Yeah, he's now going for the triple cap here. Lore of Undeath in the OG End Times books were summoning infantry spell, breath spell that heals friendlies. Ooh. Massive combat boost for wizards, soul stealer, summon beast unit, summon character, summon cavalry. Interesting. Interesting. I'd imagine they'll probably do at least 2 summon spells in there. The wind seems like a pretty good shoe-in as well. Like damage plus heal wind, maybe. Yeah, Lore of Undeath is Nagash, of course. But I'm definitely curious to see how it gets implemented. Yeah, the summon character, probably not. Soul Stealer, maybe. They just give it Soul Stealer, perhaps. But yeah, I can definitely see maybe the summon beast and the summon infantry breath spell. Massive combat boost for wizards. That one, I am curious. Maybe it'll be like a very powerful single target buff that's not too expensive, but is only usable on spellcasters. That could be kind of interesting, honestly. Maybe give a way for Nagash to boost himself up. But right now, Tomb King's overextending pretty far into the back line here, getting pretty confident that they can just shut this thing out. And it does look like, yeah, Rangito's kind of on the ropes a little bit here. He's starting to push back somewhat with some Forsaken. Big Bird kind of hanging around, being annoying, but ultimately he doesn't have a lot of time to actually come in here and make a play. And at this point, he does need to go for a triple cap himself. So, yeah, we're pretty much finished at this point. Tomb King's... Unless something really weird happens, I think they have pretty much got this one in the bag, but let's see here. Nice. Yeah, Tomb King's victory there. So looking pretty good overall. Rogue AI takes that one, and let's see. They're gonna queue up another game here. But take a look over on the side. Yay, in-game gave the wizard buff spell was a single hand of dust attack that did damage through armor and did a bunch of wounds. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah, so basically that would give... maybe it would give casters like a large flat amount of armor piercing damage. Citra doesn't serve, he gets disintegrated. Yeah. Yeah, definitely got his revenge on Zinch, at least, in this particular battle. But it looks like they're gonna probably go on to another game here. Excellent. Okay, looks like they are done then with that round. So we'll get ready to move on to the next one here. Jump back in with Adler, perhaps. Yeah, we'll jump in this one. Okay, looking good there. Let's see. Okay, go. Getting everyone's matches reported in. Great. Excellent. We'll jump in here with Sipa versus Orson. Okay, Giffy. Should be quite interesting. Excellent. Excellent. Okay. We're pushing through the technical issues right now. People are figuring out their opponents without me needing to tell them, which is good. I appreciate that. Yeah, very strange. Just completely lose itself like this, but you know, we're pushing through. I want to say these are actually reporting correctly, but we'll have to look. Maybe someone who knows TT a little bit better. Yeah, I'm still very puzzled by this weirdness, but you know, it is what it is. Pushing through, making it work. Let's see what we've got between these two. Sipa versus Orson. They're on the Blazing Ramparts map, which is going to be game 1 of round 3. Okay, so we can put up the scoreboard with a 0-0. Get this prepared just a second here. There we go. Track the round at least on this. Uh, yeah, we're getting through. It's mostly fine, honestly, for the tournament itself. We can kind of just do it pen and paper style. Where it is a little bit sad for the faction win rate data and for like the total tavern record, data for people's personal records and stuff. Like I get that. It's a little sad for sure, but we'll move on. With more than 30 players seems to get really screwed up bracket wise. Yeah, the first time the bracket died, we were only like 30 minutes in, so I was like, oh, you know what? Let me just refresh it. We'll just reshuffle everyone. They can get a warm up game in, but after this last one, more issues for sure. But we're moving on. Tournament is proceeding apace, and it'll probably be a pretty long one today. I don't know. I considered doing best of ones, but decided to go with the best of three just for the sake of fairness. And with the 3x3, matrix pick and everything seemed to be pretty standardized as to what the other qualifier hosts were doing. Although it seems like NTC decided to do a Swiss, which is totally fine. Gets people some more stuff, more experience here. Let's see here. Da, da, da. Okay. Okay. Do this here. Everyone. Okay, let me do this here real quick. Uh, Yeah, people are getting confused now because they're unable to interpret the bracket, so I guess I'll have to like manually mark it up for them. So I might have someone, if there's someone willing to help else do this, but let's see here. Okay, let's do this. This doesn't affect my game performance too much, but we'll do this. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is not the easiest thing to parse out right now, but that's okay. I'm gonna put on some music and we'll be right back. Okay, so having some issues right now. I'm considering ending the stream for now because I am continuously having to take time away to deal with people's issues because they are not understanding the bracket, where they're supposed to be, concept of a buy. So, yeah, we may, after this battle, I may just close the stream down until we get to, like, the semifinals or something, because I don't really want to have to be streaming while I'm also having to take time away to deal with other people's issues. Not a great stream experience for you guys, so... let's see. Maybe we'll get through this game and decide after. But yeah, for SEPA here, massive line of laborers. We've got Chaos Dwarf Warriors as well. Honestly, just bringing in an absolute horde right now to contest this entire wide map here. We've got a couple of Infernal Castellans. We've got blunderbusses as well. Yeah, some Orc laborers. And on the opposite side, a single Druzhina standing defiantly for Kislev. We've got some Kislev warriors as well that are pulling kind of back their deployment zone. Some chariots, the light war sleds moving in for some disruption, use their armor-piercing missiles to pretty good effect. Things in the woods as well, and some horse archers. Yeah, we're gonna see a little Hawks of Misha be called in right here, breaking up some of these light troops, so Orson doing a nice job kind of picking away at the flanks right now, but the Druzhina taking some pretty significant damage as the blunderbusses and other ranged units kind of wander in range. Yeah, things in the woods get charged down pretty hard there. The Infernal Guard Fireglaves move in, get some pretty good volleys. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders also pretty decent charge bonus, honestly pretty underrated at 40 charge bonus with high numbers. They can definitely get in and deliver some pretty decent damage. Let's watch them rear charge this other unit of Things in the Woods. Oh, looks like the Things in the Woods countercharged a little bit there, but even still, you see how the wolf models are all kind of able to filter in and get some good damage. Yeah, we're going to see another Hawks of Misha be called in here. Try and get rid of those Wolf Raiders. But right now, these light cavalry versus light monsters definitely proven to be pretty decisive. SEPA getting a pretty nice advantage, but his ponderously huge army is a little bit unwieldy. He's trying to reorganize to get a lot of these troops over here, while Kislev is concentrating their forces fairly well and just delivering massive damage to individual units. So, not too bad. Druzhina moves in, trying to get some more work done. Not exactly sure what he's going to shoot at here with his anti-large bow, but we do have an Iron Demon moving up to try and stabilize things for the Chaos Dwarfs. Going to potentially do some pretty massive damage here. Likewise, Infernal Guard Fireglaves also get some pretty good shots into the Light War Sled. I don't really. I mean, I kind of do, Loopy, but because everyone's been messaging me their scores, I have to, like, convert that onto something that I can send to someone else, and then they can help with it. But yeah, we'll do that after the game, and we'll just go from there. But yeah, not the most ideal situation. I probably should have arranged with somebody to be an admin before, but I didn't obviously foresee having these issues, so I thought I would just be able to manage it myself. And you know, even with us having the issues, I'm just hopeful that people can understand the bracket and understand where they're supposed to be and help figure things out. But yeah, it's not the easiest thing in the world. So Chaos Dwarfs, now that they have all their units into contact here, are starting to actually win pretty decisively. Just such a huge amount of units on the field that Geefy's kind of getting a little bit overwhelmed. SEPA just flooding the battlefield with some pretty decent troops, a lot of chaff as well, but can only cut through so much. And we see some elite infantry being called in here, some Zargard great weapons. Going to be hard-pressed to get in as many places as they need to. But at least Kislev is kind of seizing a little bit of control, although I don't know if they're even going to be able to come in and get on this objective. Looks like the Zargard great weapons just hard going after those Fireglaive Infernal Guard. We're going to see a little final transmutation here, though, on the Patriarch. hits those Zargard as well. Oh, there it is. Looks like Seepa will take the win as his opponent backs out. Okay, let me continue on with what I was doing real quick and just see if we can parse out all the wins here. Okay. Okay. So we've got Alric here. Okay. Okay, so we've got Boss Toss here. Okay, we've got Berserk here. Gondola the Patient, which is an S tier name, by the way. Okay. Rogue AI. Where's Rogue AI? Let me actually do this real quick in the meantime. Man, people are having a hard time figuring out certain things. Okay, let's do this here. A quick announcement so people can start sending their scores over to there. Let's see here. Oh, this is giving me a headache. Oh, this is so miserable. Okay, we're gonna put on some music and put this screen back up on here, and yeah, once I'm back, I'll be back. Okay, we're back. Most things are sorted out. I'm still not 100% on a couple things, but yeah, this has been quite an experience today, unlike any other. So, you know, we're getting through, pushing through. I'm having people struggle to figure out who their opponents are, but yeah. Won't say too much on that, but we'll just move on and try and keep things moving if at all possible. But appreciate you guys being here, sticking with me, suffering with me as we try and make this thing happen. But yeah, I think for tournaments of this size in the future, I'll probably just end up going with challenge, because it seems like maybe Total Tavern struggles when you have too many people on one tournament, perhaps. Or maybe I just did something wrong. That's always a strong possibility. But anyway, I think we have everything sorted now. Yes, and some Vampire Coast versus Beastmen. Should probably get to commentating this, since we do have a wild Count Noctilus here. Absolutely insane, unhinged behavior to bring Count Noctilus in any capacity, but, well, not in any capacity, but on his big Transformer ship. It's quite a rare sight, at least in land battles. We got Morgur moving in, a whole bunch of pirate zombies in the back line. Looks like some sneaky Slangors trying to get up and around the flank here as well, with some Ungor Herd. Some Centaur support, a couple of Ungor Raiders, like 3 or 4 of them through here, another one on the far side. Yeah, we've got a Death Grey Shaman, and some more Ungor Herds and Slangors already moving in. One bad thing about zombies is their slow movement speed. Ify here gets his mortars run down by some Slangors. Same thing over here. The Slangors are able to get in and flank and get some good anti-infantry damage. Such a nice addition, honestly, for Beastmen. Even though they already had the Boar Herds for dual hand weapon infantry, they weren't quite enough quality to really be like a true hot knife through butter type unit. But right now, these Slangors trading very effectively. And we see the zombie pirate gunner mobs as well being summoned up to try and get after these Ungor Raiders in the back line, keep them pressured. You take a nice wide view here. Yeah, the Vampire Coast definitely having some issues with the Beastmen mobility. It's a tough matchup for sure, given the Beastmen are one of the most mobile factions in the game, and Vampire Coast, rather, might be the slowest individual faction in the game, actually. So there's a pretty big mismatch in terms of speed here. Yeah, the Slangors just really putting some serious hurt, but they do eventually get ground down through attrition. That being said, they've done so much damage in the meantime. We see some Harpies being used as well. Pressure those deck droppers, not allow them free reign. But plenty of Fellbats moving in, even some experienced Chevrons on them to give them some extra stats as they try and tangle with the Harpies. Vampire Coast not out of this yet, but a little bit behind on value and certainly behind on positioning, as Beastmen have been able to pretty decisively seize all the objectives. I mean, they've got Vanguard deployment on almost all their units, so definitely in for a tough time here are these Vampire Coasts. I guess not really just the one vampire, but lots of zombie pirates fighting for their lives. You see some wild spawn in here, summoned by Morgur. Getting some pretty good damage out, 150 total weapon damage with some poison. So they'll be able to beat down those lowly zombies with some great fun. And yeah, Geefy here just really getting overwhelmed. Seepa's rush is definitely looking very impactful at this point. Let's see here. Yeah, Noctilus gonna try and pull away from this big death blob here. Let those Chaos Spawns summon wear off. They've got like maybe 20 more seconds there with their total time, but nope, Geefy's actually gonna throw in the towel. And that will be a quick 2-0 for Seepa. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. So we'll mark him up on the scoreboard as such, and then move on to the next game if we can. Let's go ahead and quickly just switch to this screen here. And take a look at what lobbies we've got open to us. We'll check here on the side. Okay. Hope there's getting everything sorted out. Excellent. Much appreciated. Yeah. Yeah, it's been an insanely busy week this week in real life for me, so definitely didn't have as much time as I would have wanted to prepare. Definitely should have prepared to have like an admin on standby in case there were issues. Of course, I didn't foresee there being any issues, but that's just how things go sometimes. I should have known better that, of course, if something can go wrong, generally it will. So, yeah, next time I host something, I'll be better prepared, and we'll have, have admins on standby, have everything ready to go, so if something happens to the bracket again, we can proceed accordingly. But appreciate Opal Bear for stepping in and helping manage this for now. Allow me some time to just focus on what you guys want to see, which is some nice casting. So let's see here. It also doesn't help that certain people have different names on Discord than they do on Total Tavern. So, like, trying to figure out who on Total Tavern is reporting. Uh. So yeah, I definitely appreciate the help. Yeah, for those of you guys who don't know, of course, I did go back to school this fall, so my finals were this week, and my wife and I also made an offer on a house, which was accepted, which means we now need to get my place ready to sell in just a couple weeks, because we're going to be out of town. I'm going to Europe for Christmas to visit some family there, so I will be gone for about 2 weeks. So between trying to finish school, get the house ready, I also have to do, a month's worth of work for my day job in a couple weeks. It's just been an insane week, honestly, just absolutely insane. I've not had much time for a lot of things. So, yeah, we're doing this today. Gonna try and record a bunch of videos later today, probably a bunch of land battle and conquest videos for you all to enjoy. Yeah. Uh, let's see. Uh, Okay. Let's see. We'll spectate this one. Looks like we got another one that just opened up. Okay, just sorting out some things here. Looking good there. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. So, Rogue AI versus Martinius. Excellent. Got a few already on to the quarterfinals. SEPA, at least, is advanced to the quarterfinals. There we go. Okay, I'm going to step away and grab some water real quick. Everyone else out there, remember to stay hydrated as well. Yeah, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We're going to continue on with today. Despite all the issues, yeah, we're having a good time. You know, we've definitely seen some decent battles so far. Seen some one-sided ones as well, but definitely some good, overwhelming play styles on display as well. So yeah, I'm going to go grab some water. You guys chill. I'll be right back. Okay. And we are officially in game. We'll switch to this for now. Yeah, we got Rogue AI playing Warriors of Chaos versus Martinius Greenskins. So some really good faction variety today, I must say. Definitely nice to see not just the same old every time. I'm curious. I don't get to see the picks and bans that these players are making, but I'd be curious to see how often Slanesh is getting picked and banned. They seem insanely strong right now, so I wouldn't be surprised to see them as a very common ban selection. But let's see here. We'll go Rogue AI. And versus Martinius. Excellent. Ooh, we got some wild Dreadmaw already moving in to try and disrupt these Ruggled's armored orcs in the back line. Archaon the Everchosen leading the way. We've got some Marauder Bearmen up front. Great weapons as well. It's one Aspiring Champ to hold some objectives. Hellstrider there. And then, yeah, just max Bearmen pretty much, which is nice to see. Archaon moves in. Very scary. We've got Grom the Paunch, plus the Acid Burpa, Savage Orc Airboys, and Ruggled's Armored Orcs. You see some regular Orc Boys there, Savage Orcs, and some Moon Howlers, Goblin Wolf Riders, Regiment of Renown. And this is the Tzeentch map. I actually forget. Let's see here. Altar of the Champion, I believe this is. I see an altar there in the center. So this is game 2 between these two. We'll leave the scoreboard off for now, because I don't 100% know who's in the lead, who won the first game, but let's see. We get a little artillery coming in for the Green Tide, bringing in that Hammer of Gork Rock Lobber with that insanely powerful blinded contact effect. By far and away the best contact effect in the entire game. Just absolutely huge. So let's see if that's able to impact this battle at all. We do get the Dreadmaw moving back to the Hammer of Gork. Not really a lot that you can do about it, other than maybe park those Broken Tusk Mob right on top. But it looks like he's going to surface. Ooh, we get the Acid Burpa running back as well. So let's see if they're able to do some decent damage to this Dreadmaw before it just pops back underground. Some more Hellstriders over on the far side, more Bearmen being brought in. So pretty solid. I'm curious to see how the Bearmen trade actually against Orc Boys. They are more expensive, but should be pretty decent. I would say, yeah, it's actually a very interesting trade. Orc Boys have a similar amount of HP, honestly, so they are very similar units in many ways. Bearmen maybe just have a little bit more armor to a little bit less weapon strength, but other than that, they are actually very close. Maybe give the cost efficiency advantage to Orc Boys for that trade, but let's see. We get a nice "The Grayton is here" buff, and we're going to stack Here We Go on top of it, so at least locally these Orc Boys are up to 92 melee attack, and look at those Marauder Bearmen just absolutely melt. Nice Flappa rear charge as well. So Martinius doing a nice job punching hard as the Greenskins. Get some Savage Orcs over on the far side, just mauling some Hellstriders as well. So the Bearmen, although they are trading pretty decently with the Orc Boys overall, Fists of Gork also coming in here to boost up this center engagement. Orc Boar Boy Biggins, the Broken Tusk Mob, charging in, smashing those Hellstriders. Archaon, though, super scary combatant right here in the center where he wants to be, getting some good attacks on the big squig. But will he actually pull away here? Gonna see some Searing Doom. Yeah, Broken Tusk Mob taking some pretty massive damage from that Searing Doom. Moon Howlers getting a nasty engagement for them, at least. Those Hellstriders will just tear them apart. And the Blood Shriek Chimera comes in. Chimera is so strong right now. Definitely one of the best units in the DLC. So much going for them. They're going to move in here and start to cause some terror in the back line, but right now it is quite a scrap. Anyone's game, certainly. Both doing some great damage against each other. And they're looking like they're going to prevail here, perhaps. Ooh, the Acid Burpa. Here we go. This is the direct combat we all wanted to see. The big squig versus the Regiment of Renown Chimera. Ooh, the Chimera seems like it's stagger locking right now. Ooh, the squig manages to get an attack there, though, and plenty of support. Law also kicks off for the Green Tide. All these creatures in combat getting a big damage spike. Blood Shriek takes a big hit there from the squig. And squig now out of control once more. Ooh, pops back into control briefly, but 2v1, Archaon moves in to try and assist. The Chimera delivers some massive damage as well. Let's see if Grom moves in. Looks like he's going to stand back, get a little Here We Go buff going. Another Searing Doom does massive damage. Archaon's got Slayer of Kings active, and he is going to vanquish the squig. Yep, fells it there. Wow, just chopped both of his legs off. I didn't even know that was an option. Wow, very impressive. Archaon just lops the squig directly in half. And moves himself in now to challenge the Swamp Things. Of course, trolls are not going to like that fire damage of Archaon. But taking a look at the wider battlefield, the Orc boys, Savage Orcs, have pushed up to capture this far side objective. Right now, the Orcs hold objective control, even if they're a little bit behind on points. But this valiant Savage Orc over on the far side just been grinding it out with some Bearmen. The center, though, has been broken, and the Hammer Gork managed to stay online despite the harassment of the Dreadmaw. Dreadmaw will be surfacing once more to harass these archers. The disruption's honestly pretty hard to deal with. Even for most factions, I would say, there's not a lot you could do to stop it, besides just try and countercharge it once it pops up. And because it has such a short cooldown on that escape back underground, then it can generally just avoid taking too many bad engagements. You need some high bursts to be able to get it off the field effectively, or you can just try and ignore it like the greenskins are here right now. It does have pretty significant missile resist. Yeah, 25%, not too crazy, but definitely there. So have to be careful about dumping too much ammo into it, but for now the Green Tide content to just fight in the front line. Flappas avoiding Hellstriders, getting a little bit of contact on those Forsaken. The Orc boys, the lads, proven that with buffs they can just out-trade Bearmen here, and it is quite cost-effective for them indeed. This might be the one matchup where I probably wouldn't take Bearmen, because right now these Orc boys, especially with Here We Go chunking them up, they are winning pretty convincingly against the Bearmen. I mean, it's close, but yeah, that massive Here We Go plus 40 melee attack absolutely makes a huge difference. They've got that, they've got Wa, they've got Fists of Gork. Greenskins, honestly, a lot of melee attack buffs. They can definitely juice up those boys. But more Hellstriders being thrown in here. They are pretty light troops at the end of the day. I don't know how they're going to hold against the high weapon strength of the Green Tide, but they're trying to path through, it looks like, and just get after those Savage Boar biggins. How well can they do? That is the question. Yeah, right now, once they get kind of caught up here, they're going to take some pretty significant damage. Yeah, Flappa's even going in for the cheeky little rear charge, but they managed to countercharge at the last second, which breaks the Flappas due to the terror of Archaon, who is going after this Orc caster here. That Orc Shaman definitely needs to pull back. Definitely got Winds of Magic left to give, so the Acid Burpa, though, coming back. Green Tide saved up some points for it, and now is going to bring him back in. Was that worth it? We shall see. He's going to go after Archaon here. A little Fist of Gork on those Swamp Things as well, as they try and assist and finish off some units here. The Dreadmaw still continuing to just be annoying. I don't know how much value it's actually ended up getting here, but that blinded contact effect, another way to effectively increase the melee attack of these Orc boys as you're debuffing your opponent's melee defense. They're able to win out against that Bearman there, also through weight of numbers. And yeah, from a battlefield perspective, Martinius way ahead on the number of units he's got on the field. Archaon also taking some massive damage from the Wad Up, Acid Burpa. He's got a little bit extra weapon strength, melee attack, everything else. Swamp Thing's also assisting. And the Lord of the End Times getting worn down here by the relentless tide of greenskins. Oh, we get some Chaos Armored Trolls coming in hot, ready to assist their Lord of the End Times. They're going to try and screen him out here, perhaps. Get Archaon away to safety so he can cast some spells. A little Searing Doom would go a long way on this nice little blob. Does Searing Doom actually deal fire damage? It says it's searing, but apparently it's not that searing. Not enough to, like, actually do fire damage, but still pretty solid damage on this blob. Even on those trolls, get some decent contact. Definitely on the cavalry especially. But more Hellstriders being thrown in here for additional anti-large as Rogue AI tries to get back on the board on value, but from a kind of battlefield positioning, control perspective, we've got Orc boys over here. Got the Orc boys and Savage Orcs of this objective also closing in on the center, so Rogue AI definitely in some trouble right now as he tries to stabilize things. Yeah, Green Tide kind of pulling back to reposition here, not wanting to get too crazy. Archaon getting his last push together. Chaos Armored Trolls, handful of Bearmen here as well, but look at that blinded contact effect. Flashes up just briefly, but yeah, the Hammer of Gork just about out of ammunition. It's going to have to be unsummoned and then resummoned to be able to refill that blind, but we'll watch for those rocks to land as the Acid Burpa rolls on through merrily. Having a grand old time. We see a little Fist of Gork kicking up there as well. Is that just on these, yeah, Swamp Things once again? Up to 47 melee attacks, 71 melee defense. Wow. Very impressive battle from the Green Tide there, overcoming Warriors of Chaos. We didn't see any new stuff besides, well, I guess the Dreadmaw is new. But this is a matchup where I might actually consider bringing Champions of Slaanesh. Their anti-infantry damage, I would imagine, would do really well. I actually never tested that in early access against the Green Tide. But maybe they get beat up a little bit by boars. But because they're so small, I actually think they probably don't get, like, surrounded on an individual model basis very well. But, yes, we are playing Dom today. I should say Creative Assembly is sponsoring this, which means, yes, they are paying me for today, and I will also be co-casting the finals next weekend with Turin. So, yes, if someone pays me, I will definitely cast Domination, absolutely. Although I prefer land battles and Conquest in particular, Conquest above all. But, yeah, like I said, if someone's willing to pay me, absolutely. I will happily cast some Domination games. So, good stuff there. And let's see, if they back out, that means we know that was the end of the round. And Martinius will have taken the 2-0. But if they switch to a new map and prepare it, then we know it's a 1-1 and we're in for a game 3. But regardless, let's also check back in on the Discord, make sure no one else is having issues. Yep, okay, looks like they backed out. So Martinius was indeed successful there on the 2-0. There we go. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, so Rogue AI moves on. He's going to face the winner of Miravoy versus Berserk. Let's see. Let's see here. Go ahead and refresh this. Let's see here. We'll go ahead and refresh this again. Maybe I'll cue up some music, put the other screen back up for just a minute. And actually, I didn't even realize it said stream starts soon. That's not right. We're just taking a little break right now while we wait for some more lobbies to pop up. But hopefully you all are doing well. We're continuing to persevere here and continue on with the tournament. Let's see what we got. Excellent. Okay. It's done. Huzzah! Opal Bear Black fixed the bracket. I think this is all correct. Yes. Okay, excellent. Excellent. So I actually have a bracket I can show you guys now. Yay! Thank you so much to Opal Bear Black for making a new tournament, which I am not going to touch anything on. We're just going to look at only for viewing purposes. Let's see here. If I do this... There we go. Now you guys can see more or less where we're at on the tournament. A few of these games have been resolved already, like Martinius versus Rogue AI. We just saw there Martinius prevailed, so he moves on. Sipa moves on. Alric Rowell's in the quarterfinals as well. So let's see how things continue to unfold. Be quite interesting, but we're already, a good 4 hours in. And only a few issues right now. Excellent. Excellent, excellent. So we'll transition back over to this. Up back at the game. And let's, still waiting for one to open up, but go ahead and refresh this here. Hopefully you all are enjoying the stream today. Hopefully y'all are having a good weekend so far. For me, it's been very busy, but good. Definitely a lot of stuff happening. But after this, I'm going to be going to pack a bunch of boxes, trying to move some stuff into a storage, doing some deep cleaning on my place. I got to take my cat to, we're going to have him boarded for a few weeks, taking him somewhere so that he can have a place to stay while we are out of town and our house is being shown and everything. So yeah, definitely in for a busy weekend myself, but hopefully you all are getting a chance to relax. Not trying to do too much. Excellent. Okay. Yeah. We're all back in business officially. This is great. This is great. We've recovered. Thank you. I guess I could have done this myself of like setting up a brand new fresh bracket and everything, but I actually am not as familiar with the Total Tavern website, and I didn't want to screw anything up, so yeah, I appreciate him helping me put that back together. And right now we're waiting on Flower versus Chosen. We've got Attack Speed Enjoyer versus Azek Aramem. We've got Navigator versus Smoky Loco. Toss versus Jimbambu. And yeah, Sipa is currently waiting the winner of that. And Martinius awaiting the winner of Miravoy versus Berserk. So we'll check back in here in just a moment. Right now we don't have any games with the spectator slot open, but you see here, maybe I can message one of these guys. Let's see. Okay, I guess we can just hang out and chill for the time being. Let me check out some of these different tracks here. Yeah, kind of scroll through this Med 2 soundtrack, get ourselves hyped for Medieval 3, even though it's realistically still years and years away. I am one who is, cautiously optimistic. I am definitely cautiously optimistic about Medieval 3 and what we might see there. Yeah, I mean, Creative Assembly has had some tough times recently, but I think, I mean, they're saying all the right things right now. It's really hard, to tell anything until we see, like, gameplay footage, that we see some more substantial updates. But at least we know it exists. We can take heart in that. Yeah, the bracket died twice. First time we were only like 30 minutes in, and so I just reshuffled the bracket and told everyone to like play their new opponents. The second one we were already like a full round in, and I don't know, maybe I screwed something up on the back end, but it just, yeah, the bracket just fully disappeared. But Opal Bear got us set up on a new bracket, and we are now there. Just waiting on some people to open up some spectator slots, but let's see here. Yeah. It's all good at the end of the day. I guess we can maybe do some replays. Somebody just sent me a couple replays of them since we're having a little bit of downtime right now between waiting on lobbies. So we'll go ahead and just pop these in here and have something to watch. Oh, there we go. Spectator slot. Maybe. Nope, that one doesn't have one. Okay. Yeah, let's do some replays. We can have some Something to show instead of having like 30 minutes of downtime. So here's game 1 between Chimbambu and Boss Toss. We'll go ahead and cue this up here. Got Beastmen versus Ogre Kingdoms. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Beastmen, I feel like kind of just get smashed by ogres, at least in land battles, but maybe not. The Thunder Tusk is definitely an issue there, but in Domination, Beastmen with their just Vanguard on almost everything seems quite good. Did you try to open a player profile? I think I might have accidentally. I was looking through to see if I could, like, you know, update a player on a bracket and, like, switch places with someone. Maybe I just clicked on the wrong thing. I don't know. It's definitely possible. But, yeah, I think we got it all sorted now. Appreciate it. So, let's see here. We're going to run through this real quick. We've got some Gore herds up front. Looks like some Ungor Spearman herds. Doom Bowl, Butchers of Kalkengard. And it looks like some Ungor Raiders there in the back. For the Ogres, yeah, Trappers. Nice front line of Trappers. Little Vanguard force doing some skirmishing. We've got Pigbacks and Noblars. So a lot of Noblars in general with the Powder Guts and the Slaughtermaster. We've got one Lead Belcher here out right now. And one tasteful dual hand weapon Ogre Bull in the back. Well, let's see how things proceed here. Yeah, Ungor Raiders taking some volleys from the Lead Belchers. Not too expensive of a unit to be shooting at, but from a win condition perspective, it makes a lot of sense. Try and remove some of the threats to these elite skirmishers. Relatively expensive, but we do also have some Minotaur's great weapons. Butchers of Kalkengard moving in with Doom Bowl. Bray Shaman Lore of Wild. Looking pretty hot right now. What's he got? Looks like Traderkin only. Very efficient. Not wasting any Winds of Magic or gold on anything that's not totally useful. And the Beastmen are moving in for a charge. Looks like they're going to try and take this engagement here. Oh man, I wish I would stop getting pings from other servers, like giving me Phantom, like thinking I need to check Discord. But anyway, yeah, the Beastmen run in pretty immediately. We're gonna see those Gore herd just get absolutely lit up by the throwing daggers of the Trappers. That being said, Beastmen do make pretty good contact. They're gonna make a big push up here through the center. We try and get some body blocking from the dual weapon Bulls. They manage to actually hold back quite a few of the Centaurs at least, but then the Minotaurs are going to move in and it'll be a bad day. Those big boys. More Ogre Bulls, dual hand weapons moving in, and I guess he just took them for the extra little bit of anti-infantry in case they need it, but just interesting choice for sure. Got some Iron Fist Ogre Bulls as well, a little bit of missile block chance on them. A little bit of extra armor, I believe, as well. Yep. So, a little bit tankier, but will it be enough? Right now, Doom Bowl and his Minotaurs are pushing up through the center. They're going to be faced with Pigbacks, which with their high charge and anti-large, they're actually going to do quite a bit of damage to those Minotaurs. Yeah, you can see the health kind of dropping there for the Butchers of Kalkengard a little bit as they run in. Ungor Raiders getting some pretty decent damage on the Powder Guts, kind of forcing those Lead Belchers back a little bit there. We see a really nice Traderkin light up the back line as they all kind of come together. Ooh, did it not actually hit those Lead Belchers? That's pretty unlucky, actually. It did manage to get the Powder Guts, but did not hit those Lead Belchers, so a little bit of a mixed bag right now. Beastmen, of course, taking full objective control, though, with their massive speed. Allows them to get in here and get the map control, get the objective control, rack up a pretty good points lead. Nothing too insurmountable so far, but Slaughtermaster of Heavens, very interesting choice. I guess he's kind of trying to limit the movements of the Beastmen, get some damage, and get that nice Windstruck debuff newly added to the game. Control their movements a little bit, but Centaur's getting in the back line, shutting down those Lead Belchers. Looking quite risky there. And we're going to see a little Traderkin once more on the Ogres. And yeah, Beastmen were actually able to come in and, despite taking some massive damage, did just barely win out that fight. Minotaurs are still trying their best to push through and get whatever damage they can. But yeah, kind of across the board, we see Beastmen surging. The Noblars, though, Pigbacks, do get in to potentially contest an objective. They're going to shut down these Ungol Raiders as well, so certainly not completely out of the woods yet for Beastmen. And balance, value, rather, the balance of value, yeah, sure, we'll go with that, is basically completely even right now. I know maybe some things not 100% tracking correctly, but yeah, those Butchers of Calcagard facing a few more shots from the Powder Guts. Look like they're down to just 5 unit models. Will they be able to hold? Doombolt doing a nice job applying that dazed contact effect, which I forget, doesn't it actually have a speed component? Yeah, speed 25%, melee defense -10, so can really lock things down, prevent them from escaping, and there we see him going after the Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, shutting him down. So despite the slight units lead for Ogres, it's a little bit fraudulent right now. They've got a lot of expendable units going to try and cap objectives, but tattered expendable units are going to cap objectives incredibly slowly, and the Beastmen actually taking a pretty decisive battlefield lead as they're able to rout off a lot of the Ogres' elites, a lot of their key units. So, yeah, Chimbambu looking pretty dominant right now as Boss Toss Ogres are getting overwhelmed and outmaneuvered. These Ungol Raiders just feasting value right now, shooting at the Man-Eaters. And the Ogre Bulls trying to reinforce. They're going to get some contact here. See some Blood Vultures even trying to help out as well. But yeah, I mean, even just Noblars versus Ungol Raiders out here on the side. The Ungol Raiders have a nice speed advantage, a nice maneuverability advantage, and it's almost a full tabling for the Ogres at this point. I mean, they have technically 18 units on the field, but maybe like 4 of those are actually combat effective. So looking pretty rough for Boss Toss at this point, and we'll fast forward a little bit as I think this one's probably over. Wait for Boss Toss to throw in the towel there. Yep, and Chimbambu manages to take the win. It's very impressive stuff. I believe that was actually... Hang on. Was that game 2 between these two? I know I said it was game 1. Oh, I think it was game 1. Okay, let's go ahead and add this one here, just in case. Check to see if there's an open lobby for a live game, and if not, we can come back and jump on this replay. Let's see if we've got any... Yeah, looks like Flower versus Alric, so I'll go ahead and see if we can jump in that one. Excellent. There we go. And we are in. Yeah, Alric Ral versus Flower. This is the first of the quarterfinal matchup, so we're moving towards the end here, guys. I was thinking today would be like 4 to 6 hours, depending on how many people had joined, and that's looking to be potentially spot on. We'll see. It depends on how long it takes to get through these next 3 rounds. But at the very least, we are approaching semifinals. The boss tossed it. Infantry versus more infantry, yeah. That is definitely domination way, for sure. Got to get that horde on the field, move them up, try and win some key engagements. Beastmen just so overwhelming. The fact that, I mean, they have so many tools now. You could even take a Chimera if you needed to. If you wanted some nice flying single entity punch. It's pretty expensive, but I at least in land battles, I've had some success with double Chimera, and just in general, all the additions that Beastmen have had over time, the fact that their core roster is still so strong, right? They've got just fast speed, Vanguard, like I said, I can't say that enough because it really does make such a huge difference in Domination. Really, really impactful in that way. So, yeah, we're moving quite along here. We're now on to the Vineyards of Variano, and I guess since we're on the quarterfinals, we have a matchup here. We're starting in on 0-0. We can go ahead and do this properly. And we'll go Flower versus Ulrich. Excellent. And Tissi is not playing today. I think he's out of town or something. I don't know. For whatever reason, he could not play today. He is hosting a qualifier tomorrow, and then I believe he's playing in the qualifier on Monday. The one that Turin is hosting, I want to say. But, yeah, not today. Thank you all so much for being here, sticking with me. I know we've had some technical issues, but hey, soldiering on. I appreciate the help from Opal Bear Black and everyone else participating in the tournament for understanding and working with me to try and work through things here. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. Gonna be a good time. I'm going to go ahead and grab some water. Sit tight, don't go anywhere. An ad may or may not play for you. But yeah, regardless, thank you all so much for being here. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, great way to spend a Saturday watching some sweaty tournament gameplay. It's always fun, you know, going from early access to full battle games because, or like full release, because I mean, obviously, us content creators, we play each other within a relatively small group. Sometimes things are, you know, it's hard to parse sometimes because number one, we're trying to show off the new stuff and test the new stuff. So a lot of the time, it's not like the most meta sort of builds and concepts, but then, you know, once you get into full release, then people have a little bit of a different incentive to just go as super sweaty try hard, you know, as they possibly can, and really like research new units, new interactions, how things have changed from a more like competitive perspective. And, you know, just more minds equals more creativity, right? So you're applying more brain power to a specific issue, and people will come up with different things that other people didn't see. So granted, I do feel like this time around in particular, I got some pretty good games. I got probably like 30 games in total with the new early access stuff, which granted isn't a ton in the grand scheme of things, but it's a pretty good sample size to at least be able to draw some conclusions. So yeah, definitely all three factions, I would say, were pretty good winners. They all got units and stuff added to them that impacts their roster, impacts, you know, how you can potentially play them. So great to see an impactful DLC, but nothing I would say so far that's too egregious. I mean, maybe Shalkan's Teeth for yeah, the Shalkane's Teeth for sale is a little bit bugged right now, so too strong. But Kashqui asks, what do you think of the Dreadmaw? For me, it doesn't really do that much. Well, I hear especially Turing praising it to above and beyond. I think it's very good. If you have the micro to consistently be using it, it just ruins ranged factions because there's very little you can do to stop it. I mean, there's literally nothing you can do, actually, to stop it from surfacing, like, right in your infantry skirmishers or artillery, right? So as long as someone's on top of their micro, and granted, it is fairly micro-dependent, but as long as you're constantly cycling it, you know, above ground, below ground, you want to burst above ground is when it does a lot of damage, right? It does this explosion that does a lot of damage. So the trick is you burrow underneath either infantry or especially like infantry skirmishers, even the elite infantry. You burst up through the ground. It does a bunch of damage. You know, let it fight until its cooldowns, until the cooldown is up, and then put it back underground, rinse and repeat. For a lot of factions, especially like the combined arms factions that might rely on a certain component of skirmishers, they often have a very hard time dealing with it. Like, the value on it can be deceiving. Yeah, I don't think it correctly tracks the value when it explodes from the ground and damages units around it. I don't think it's correctly tracking that value. So it's only 1,000 gold, has a huge amount of HP. Yeah, so good at tying things down, so good at disrupting your opponent's formation. It's really, really annoying to deal with. Like, I had a game, for example, where I was playing Skaven, and granted, I didn't have the best build, took a little bit of a meme build, but I basically had nothing I could do to try and fight the Dreadmaw. I just was, basically I had free reign to charge whatever it wanted. So, yeah, it's very strong. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets limited to 1 at some point, at least in land battles and conquest, just because of how impactful it is and how hard it is to counter. But it is micro-dependent. Like, it definitely requires you putting quite a bit of micro into it. So if you already have a build with, like, a lot of skirmish cavalry, light cavalry, let's say as Norska, you're taking, like, Kurgans, Marauder Horsemen, 2 Dreadmaws, I mean, it's going to be a lot to manage, right? So there is somewhat of a micro tax associated with it, but yes, bring the pain for the Horned One. I mean, Skaven are in a little bit of a rough place right now. I will say the Storm Vermin buff definitely helps in quite a few matchups. The fact that you can take, like, 8 Storm Vermin relatively comfortably, honestly, all things considered. Yeah, I haven't played against it much, mostly play melee heavy factions so far, didn't bother me that much. Yeah, I definitely get that. It is a lot more of an issue for combined arms and ranged factions. And I mean, granted, some ranged factions might have enough burst damage. Like, if I'm thinking about Wood Elves, depending on what units you bring, because they can fire 360, they can, you know, as soon as it, like, moves up underneath them, they can start moving away. Maybe focus fire it pretty efficiently. It does have pretty good missile resistance, though, so even shooting it is not the easiest thing in the world. But tournament is still going, yes. It's, woo. Okay, buddy. My big fluffy boy knocking some stuff off here. That's okay. We'll fix that later. Yeah, it's a domination tournament, and we had, like, what, 7 rounds or something like that, so it's going to be a long one for sure. But we're already to the quarterfinals, and it looks like another quarterfinals matchup just populated as well. Berserk versus Martinius. So we'll watch the bracket for that one in just a moment. Yes. Let's see here. Yes. Yes. Okay, so I can officially close this. And yeah, unfortunate. There will be a little bit of loss of record for some players in the early rounds, which is definitely unfortunate, but, you know, it is what it is. Nothing that can be done about it, really, at this point, so move on. And it looks like Slaanesh versus Vampire counts. Okay, so first time officially seeing Slaanesh. We've seen some Warriors of Chaos with Slaanesh units, of course. But this will be the first time we're going to see full power Slaanesh in this Domination tournament. I have high expectations, I must say. In the hands of a skilled player, should be quite good. Really hoping we get a Famir Lord at some point for Norska, so Throg's campaign can feel a little less weird. Yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get a Famir Lord. I would be very surprised if Norska got any more updates, to be honest, but... What would be the biggest tips for new PvP players? I've been practicing for PvP, but every time I play, I still just get crushed. Yeah, there's definitely beginner tournaments. That's a great way. Yeah, I mean, there's a few things to consider, but one of the biggest things is just thinking about your win condition, right? Like, load up an army, load up an enemy army, and analyze, like, what is the most important unit for me to keep alive? What's the most important unit for me to kill of my opponents? And that's really where you need to start in a lot of, kind of how you approach things. There's a lot of different ways to think about it, but that's one thing, like, learning what engagement is a good engagement and whether or not you should take an engagement. It's one of the toughest things. So definitely getting some practice in, practicing your micro, even in battles against the AI. One thing I'm a big fan of is using control groups, learning how to use them, and specifically like using the same setup every time. So maybe you take your Lord or your Spellcaster on number 1. Maybe you take your Cavalry on number 2, your Skirmishers on number 3, right? And whatever you do, or, you know, cavalry, I say, any mobility force, but whatever you do, try and use the same consistent groupings every time for, like, different elements of your army. And that way you build muscle memory of, like, you know, being able to control more units at a time, being able to use your control groups effectively. Yeah. For me, that's always one thing I've recommended to newer players, is figure out whatever control group setup works best for you, and then just practice with that. Yeah. Definitely will help increase your capacity to micro more stuff. But if you have a rush playstyle, you also need to have some patience. Yeah, have some patience in your approach. You want to make sure that you can bring all of your units to bear basically at the same time. So, you know, you might be getting pressured by artillery. You kind of got to know, like, depending on what artillery you're up against, what you can advance where and when. Be aware of your unit speed. And again, the biggest thing is just with playing Rush is to present as many threats as possible. And maybe 1 or 2 of them gets taken out, but you still have enough units that are threatening that... yeah, you can bring everything and just overwhelm your opponent all at once. Learning League of Legends all over again. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. But yeah, definitely can be challenging for sure. Moving from campaign to multiplayer, I mean, it's a different beast. Human opponents are so much stronger than the AI in so many ways. So it's definitely a challenge, but that's why we love it so much, right? Anyway, we've got Flower here, taking the raw and ready Helman Gorst. Wow. Absolutely dreaded Helman Gorst meta with a Necromancer by his side. He's got a bunch of zombies, he's got a bunch of skeleton spears, some crypt bros, and a Graveguard with throat weapons, single there, Sternsman as well. So it's looking like they're going to try for kind of a grind it out build. Up against Slaanesh, what do we see? We see some skirmish cavalry, some Marauder horsemen in the initial army, a couple of Hellstriders, a single tasteful Forsaken. Now it looks like we've got some Slangors over there. And then over here, some Fiends. Princes of Perfection, and he's taken Exalted Keeper of Secrets. I mean, it makes sense. There's no missiles in this matchup. You might as well take something that Normally is weak to missiles, but otherwise can be quite good. Anti-large armor piercing, magic damage, pretty good melee defense. Lore of Slaanesh, looking at acquiescence, hysterical frenzy, slicing shards. He's also got the melee defense and rampage debuff aura. Only 15 seconds, but quite good. Absolute legend, yeah. Yeah, you know when somebody takes Gorst that they are truly based. Let's see what they can do as we move forward. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's see here. Yeah, let's see. Okay, just reading some messages, getting caught up on everything. As these guys are advancing, we see some Dire Pack get called up, getting a little bit far forward. It's quite interesting seeing them fight like in this vineyard right here. A little bit hard to see what's going on. We'll have to look at the banners, but they do manage to get some contact on the Might of the Righty Serpent. Honestly, these Marauder Horsemen could all just countercharge right now and kill the Dire Pack with their devastating flanker, but they are going to move back away. That little farmhouse kind of acting as a somewhat of a terrain blocker right now. But we see the Fiends kind of advancing on the flank. A couple of zombies caught out in no man's land. And one thing about Flower's build is it is a little bit slow and ponderous to move around the battlefield. He does manage to get some units on this objective here. But definitely going to try and... he's going to need to try and advance on one of these other objectives at some point. Alric takes a pretty good and convincing positional lead here, I would say. He's got a nice surround, but how much can he sustain? Manages to eat a zombie basically for free with those Fiends and Forsaken. Only 100 points, but, you know, it's something. Flower eating some damage on his chaff, which is exactly what it's here for, but the Marauder Horsemen pull up. They're going to try and throw some javelins at these Crypt Bros, but I think it shows as actual forest on the map, these, like, patches of vineyards, so I don't know, actually, are they blocking missiles? Do they consistently block missiles? We'll have to look at that and see, perhaps, because it didn't look like the Crypt Horrors took all that much damage. Yeah, we see Helm Gorst tries to fire off a Gaze of Nagash, but it actually hits the vineyard and doesn't do too much damage to these Hellstriders. Varix Reavers having a little bit of a tough time getting away from them, but they're going to countercharge here with the assistance of the Dire Pack as they kind of string out the Slaanesh forces, but oh man, look at that slicing shards, just absolutely smashing this blob as the, yeah, a little bit of a rampage effect there, kept everything relatively close. I said it smashed the blob. I mean, it is, of course, vampire counts, right? So they're going to have plenty of passive healing with both the Necromancer and Gorst to be able to try and sustain through this. Yeah, Crypt Bros moving in, trying to get after those Fiends and whatnot. Varix Reavers are in a position they could try and countercharge and, like, slam the door shut on these Marauder Horsemen, but there are the Fiends nearby that will definitely punish them for that. Looks like they are going to try and do just that. Crypt Bros moving in. They should trade pretty cost-effectively against Fiends because of their regeneration and everything else. But the Fiends here get a really nice engagement. Pretty good damage on those Varix Reavers, but then get fully surrounded. Yeah, more Crypt Bros moving in there. Little devastating flanker rear charge from those Hellstriders with anti-large. Should be pretty good into the Varix Reavers, especially as they lowered melee defense from that soporific musk. But Vampires calling in more units as Slaanesh clogs up their backline. Vampires were also able to come in here and claim this objective. Little sneaky Crypt Ghoul on the back cap as well. Love to see it. Love to see some wild Gorst action. Gorst in action, also trying to escape from the Keeper of Secrets. Uses his Crypto Bros to get a nice surround here. They are, you know, very sad about this year's Bitcoin crash, but they are going to continue fighting as it is. You know, getting rug pulled by Gorst definitely happens to the best of us. You know, I personally would never trust Gorst with a meme coin, but there you go. Yeah. Who, what, when, where, why, how? Yes. Let's see. The Fiends, though, getting worn down. The Varix Reavers managing to hang on with their multiple passive healing sources. They are, like, just riding the wave of 500 HP right now. But some nice Slangor summon, Forsaken summon as well. High charge units actually should trade pretty decently into the Crypto Bros without any support. Graveguard lagging a little bit behind. Oh, and we see the Pleasure Seekers. One of my personal favorite units from the DLC. Yeah, they just insta-path through everything without any bracing bonus or mass of any kind. They can just literally walk through this engagement at will. And it's all of a sudden things are looking pretty dangerous for the vampire counts. Kind of overextended a little bit, caught some of their units caught away from passive healing. They've got a juicy blob here and for another slicing shards, perhaps, but at least positionally they've taken a pretty good lead there. We see some Slangors being popped in. They will absolutely mess up those Crypt Ghouls, so wise to pull them back for Flower, try and get them over to another objective where they can get supported. Here, though, basically Slaanesh, the more they get bogged down in this engagement and are not able to cycle charge the Pleasure Seekers, the worse it's going to be. Gorst's Mortis effect will have a great deal of impact on them the longer they fight here. These Pleasure Seekers, I mean, granted, they are getting Feasting with Fear quite a bit from units just crumbling nearby. Feasting with Fear, of course, just really nice against undead units in general because you can stand and fight them while they're crumbling, and their leadership is pretty low. So, like here, we've got 3 units crumbling, juicing up that Feasting with Fear. But right now, Keeper of Secrets using his anti-large to try and punish Gorst. Gorst holding out admirably, but the Pleasure Seeker is such an expensive unit to be wasted like this. They were unable to disengage from that engagement and just get straight up killed by Gorst. Yeah, only 1,800 value on him so far. A lot of that damage obviously came from him. Some of it would have come from the Skeleton Spears and other things, but ooh, cheeky Vargulf on the field. Vargulfs are totally underrated if you don't play vampire counts much or you haven't played against them that much, which is understandable. There's not that many vampire counts mains these days. They are incredibly sticky, they're incredibly fast. They don't have a great weapon strength, but they have a super fast attack interval, so they put out a lot of melee attacks. Oh, Javelins of Slaanesh getting some pretty good contact on him, but he's got that passive regeneration trait. Try and stave it off. What did they actually give Vargulfs? Immune to flanking? What? Since when? Since when did Vargulfs have immune to flanking? I mean, they were already pretty decent, but that makes them just really strong, actually. Crypt Bros and Crypto Bros know the difference. Is there that much of a difference, though, to be fair? Anyway. Yeah, a little bit of Rampage there. Fascination being used on the Vargulf, trying to kite him away. But yeah, maybe one of you guys in chat can answer. When did they add immune to flanking to the Vargulf? Because I completely missed that. I mean, granted, I am a vampire counts hater, so it makes sense I would have missed it. But anyway, yeah, the Slangors over here get caught. Sternsmen should be a pretty good match for them. More than a match for them, actually, as the Crypt Ghouls once again disengaged. Going to go try and find greener pastures away from those nasty Slangors. But let's see. Right now, things are looking pretty even. I mean, granted, we would maybe expect to see Alric a little bit ahead on value because of the healing here. I mean, I know that value doesn't 100% track correctly in Domination, but yeah, Vargulf moves over to try and help defend Gorst. Gorst, though, getting surrounded by the Princes of Perfection is actually going to take quite a bit of damage from them. Very inefficient in that way. Hellstriders of Slaanesh as well. Getting some pretty good surround damage in. If Gorst gets finished here, the question is, does he actually have any spells and stuff? Okay, so he does have some spells. It's not just completely distraction Gorst. But, how does he have Mastery of the Elemental Wind? So, no, just regular spell mastery, okay. Doesn't block missiles, just blocks vision. Okay, thanks, attack speed enjoyer. Although it seemed to maybe block a little bit of missiles on some of the magic missiles there, but anyway. Yeah, just settling my cat down a little bit here. Right now, Slaanesh is having a hard time against this grinded out kind of play style. They came prepared for a mobility game, which makes sense for Slaanesh, but right now, Alric is kind of getting ground down. I mean, 18 units on the field for Flower, with a lot of them still being very healthy. This Vargulf basically unopposed. A lot of it has passive healing as well, so... Oh, Gorst. Of course, the platonic ideal of Gorst, if you ask me, and this has been my philosophy for quite some time, the best outcome is for Gorst to win and die, right? That is the ideal outcome for any game featuring Gorst, is for him to win, but in the process be killed. So, hopefully we see that happen here. Gorst is getting quite low at this point, but let's see if Alric can deliver the decisive blow to finish him off. Little nice arc of fire of those Javelin Horsemen throwing up and over the farmhouse. Get some good contact on Gorst, but yeah, look at this. Just a blob of stuff on this objective, blob of stuff on this objective. Less of a blob on this objective, but it is the Sternsmen, so they're not any pushovers by any means. But let's see, can the Pleasure Seekers push them over? Ooh, they don't have charge defense, do they? Oh, they actually do have expert charge defense, so if they're able to get braced, that would be quite helpful. But if they get charged from the side or rear, or if they're unbraced, that devastating flanker is going to be quite devastating, and here they go. Ooh, Varric's Reavers into counter. They took away the health bars momentarily, but massive shock damage, the double envelopment as well from the Marauder Horsemen. Yeah, that devastating flanker from both sides. Ooh, Cern's been taking a massive amount of damage here, as do those Crypt Ghouls. This is how Alric is going to try and get back in this game, but he needs to go for a triple cap. He's within range here that he actually does need a 3-cap, and Flower, all he needs to do is just hold one objective until he wins on points, which at this point should be relatively easy to do. I mean, he has quite a bit of thickness still on this point. I mean, granted, Slaanesh has burst damage like none other and can potentially shut that down. But popping back over to this pivotal engagement on the far side, the Marauder Horsemen, despite getting a really nice engagement on that rear charge, are starting to run out of steam. They're not really meant for a grinded out engagement against dedicated melee units like this. You see the Dire Pack coming back in as well. Vargulf is menacingly staring. There we go. Now starting to do some attacks on the Pleasure Seekers. Pleasure Seekers themselves, again, kind of being left in combat here a long time. Definitely would be better on the cycle charge, especially since you've got other units to kind of leave in here to keep things pinned in. But let's see. Looks like the Hell Striders are going to cycle out. Leave the Pleasure Seekers there to continue grinding. But, I mean, Alric's trying his best to win that engagement. And over here, also, we see the Keeper of Secrets tangling with some lowly zombies. All this is just meant to distract and delay Slaanesh and Alric from being able to take any of the points. And we are very quickly approaching a ticket victory for Flower. Don't think Alric's going to be able to come back. He does manage to get one objective under control over here on the far side, eventually winning out this engagement with some pretty superior value. But Flower continuing to just path in zombies, keep things honest, not allow Slaanesh to get free and get to that center objective. At this point, the Slaanesh just barely flips that objective, so let's see. Let's see if Flower can hang on here on this center point long enough. He's got, yeah, about a little over a minute to hold out. Alric on a timer, quite literally, to try and get... Did Gorst overcast himself to death and I missed it? Okay, so ideal outcome achieved. We're going to see another Slicing Shards get called down here. Should do some pretty solid damage to everything in the blob, and who knows, maybe if Slaanesh can detonate this blob in the next 60 seconds, less than 60 seconds, they might just be able to pull out the win here. Necromancer holding, he's just about heal capped. We see the melee defense and rampage debuff come in, but here comes the hero Vargulf, trying his best to finish off the Keeper of Secrets. Gets a little bit body blocked by the Crypto Bros, which is unfortunate, but he's going to continue to hold. And 30 seconds. Ooh, Slanesh does have half the victory objective, but there's a sneaky back cap. Once again, the hero ghouls going for the sneaky back cap on both sides, actually. So Flower just really dictating the pace of this battle here, which is, for vampire counts versus Slanesh, is very impressive, I must say. Really, really impressive. Very gentlemanly not to bring the mask. Yeah, I think the mask would have been pretty good here. Slanesh didn't bring their Giga OP Blob Destroyer devotees. Wow, what a game. They were the chosen one. What a game. Flower with the Helm and Gorst. Total decisive victory achieved. Helm and Gorst dies. Vampire counts win. This is the ideal. This is the way. Crypto Ghouls and Rave Guard. Yeah. This is it, guys. It doesn't get any more peak for Gorst gameplay than what you just witnessed. This is... yeah. It's truly a thing of beauty, honestly. It really, really is. So we'll give a nice scoreboard update to Flower taking a game on Alric. Excellent. Excellent, excellent game. Very fun stuff for sure. And if I take a look back at the bracket over here. Let's see. Looks like Boss Toss is currently facing off against Seepa. We've got Berserk versus Martinius. And Navigator still waiting on Attack Speed Enjoyer versus Azek Aramem. So we're moving quite along here. Gonna grab some water real quick. And I'm also gonna go change over my laundry real quick. Give me just 1 second, guys. I'm going to put some music on. Don't go anywhere. Keep it right here. And I will be right back. Okay, I am returned. Laundry has been changed. Had a little bio break. Hopefully y'all are staying hydrated out there. Yes. She's not OP because she can't actually make people do the cha-cha mid-battle. Yeah, the mask is good but squishy, which is probably a good thing. In that matchup, I guess you're correct. Free shot from Overcast Gaze. Granted, in Domination, you can potentially just resummon her, and depending on the map, you might be able to like block or dodge some of the shots from OC Gaze. That's also quite a bit of Winds of Magic. 3 Overcast Gaze and Nagash is what, like 33 Winds of Magic? Is it 11 or 12? 36 Winds of Magic, something like that. It's a lot. A lot that you're not spending on other things, but I get you. It is a consideration, certainly. Looks like Berserk was able to prevail over Martinius. Moves on to the semi-final. We're gonna go game 2 between these two. Looks like we got a Norska mirror match. Very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Oh, Norska mirror match. Juicy, juicy Norska mirror match. How many Dreadmaws do you think we see? Will you get to see, Loopy? 2 Dreadmaws trying to fight each other underground. Will Nagash have free unlimited Gaze of Nagash? These are questions that need answering. Actually, we were just talking about earlier, someone was telling me, I guess as a non-tabletop aficionado, I don't know a lot about the tabletop, but someone was saying that Nagash has his own lore of magic, where he has like some summons. He has like a wind spell that heals friendly units. What does he have? Like a combat boost for spellcasters. So we'll see how it gets implemented, but I would imagine that Creative Assembly will probably he'll have his own lore of magic. So yes, Fohammer, Ashqui got it correct. This is the Medieval 2 Total War soundtrack. Absolute favorite of mine. Truly, truly special soundtrack. And getting us all hyped for Medieval 3, even though that's years and years away. Hopefully we can sustain the hype until then. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. Flower actually switched to Wood Elves. Okay. So no Norska mirror. That's okay. I got a little excited for a minute, but I guess you'll have to wait to see 2 Dreadmaws trying to fight underground. I don't think it's actually possible, but... Old World, maybe Age of Sigmar, maybe Old World. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not super familiar with the tabletop, so I wouldn't be the one to be able to answer that question, but hopefully he gets something special and unique, because he is... I mean, if he just gets, like, Lore of Vampires, that's going to be so sad. Big bad End Times Nagash and just has, like, Invocation of the Heck. I'm super excited to fight him in campaign. I'm curious to see what the Chaos End Times scenario looks like as well. Looks like it could be pretty dynamic and interesting, but... Yes, yes! Nice, looks like attack speed enjoyer prevails over Azek Aramem. He will now face off against the Navigator. And the final quarterfinal has been set, so now we are moving handsomely towards the semis. All right. Question is, how have you guys been enjoying the new DLC? Shout out some of your favorite units, some of your favorite changes they've made. Is there anything you've noticed that's super broken or overpowered? Or is there anything that you think is absolutely terrible and never worth taking? I actually did have a game, which I will probably end up casting at some point, where the enemy Praeton did end up killing the Regiment of Renowned Dread Saurian. A little bit of spoiler for that one, but it's caught me by surprise for sure. It was a wild game, super close game, but the Praeton actually manages to finish off the the Dread Saurian. What is it? I forget what the name is even. Norsca rework is amazing. I agree. All the Norsca lords are super fun to play now. Very unique. Grog in particular is just amazing. Just getting hordes and hordes of powerful trolls to mow down your opponents. Definitely great. Appreciate you all for being here as well. Appreciate all the likes on the stream, everyone commenting. You guys are great. Definitely make this an enjoyable process for sure. So, these guys carefully selecting their armies here. If I just quickly spy on them, if I just quickly do a little bit of this. Okay. Okay, interesting. Yeah, Wood Elves versus Norsca, super dynamic and interesting matchup. I am curious to see how it plays, and if we see any of the new stuff. This is a matchup potentially where the Dreadmaw can go crazy, just disrupting archers the entire time, with very little recourse for the Wood Elves. I mean, I guess they have some fast attack units that can maybe move in to try and defend, but you're always going to have an initiative advantage with that Dreadmaw. But anyway, yeah, we'll see. We shall see if there's any dreaded Dreadmaws in this particular battle. Hazelin's fun. Wish it was possible to lose. Almost like a Changeling campaign. It is true. It is virtually impossible to lose that campaign. Norsca's new lord is really good if you can keep him alive. Yeah, Sail. Sail's a powerhouse for sure. I'm a little bit disappointed, if you didn't see my video, with how the Nightmaw ended up getting implemented. I really wish it was a full-on summon, but yeah. Loved T'Challa, but not from a power perspective. Knew about her as a character since the 5th edition Hordes of Chaos Army book. I'm happy she finally made it into the game and was adapted nicely. I agree. Yeah, T'Challa, her campaign is super fun. It's interestingly designed, how you have, like, settlements that kind of degrade over time. Well, your minor settlements, you, like, harvest them for thralls, and then they kind of degrade over time. It's a really interesting campaign gameplay, for sure. I gotta hand it to, the Sophia Studio for Creative Assembly. They do some really great work on the campaign mechanics side, in particular. Yeah, Nightmaw is embarrassing. Yeah, I mean, I know I would be upset if I was the modeler and the texturer and the rigger, or, you know, however many people were tasked with together making that thing. I would be upset if all that work was, he appears for half a second, then he's gone. It just seems like a lot of love and care went into crafting that model, animating it and everything, and the fact that that's all we get out of it is a pretty big shame, to be honest. But I don't know, maybe there was some Games Workshop behind the scenes shenanigans, decision making that we don't know about. It's always a possibility. I know there's, like, for example, I recently asked Creative Assembly about adding the trolls, the Norscan extended roster, like all the different troll types that are available to Throg, and also adding the Anointed Druchii and the Devotees of Slaanesh to the Dark Elves extended roster. So, you know, they wouldn't be available in normal multiplayer, but if you turn unit caps off and allow maybe a tournament that allows extended roster stuff to be brought, you could bring them, or even just for a nice thematic battle for people to enjoy. But unfortunately, Creative simply shot that down by saying, the Games Workshop won't let us do that, which is disappointing for sure, but not a lot we can do about it. Anyone notice they gave Teclis and Tyrion completely new diplomacy voice lines? Yeah, I thought that was interesting. Maybe as part of their rework, they decided to just update their voice lines, which was quite interesting, but Rats need a buff and Headtaker needs a buff. I strongly agree with that statement. Week is, honestly my favorite Skaven character, and the fact that he's just not great right now does feel pretty bad, but anyway, here we are with Game 2 between Flower and Alric. In, like, all ranged setup from the High Elves, or the Wood Elves initially, with Spellweaver of High Magic, and looks like 4 Glade Guard, 1 Hagbane Tip, a Swift Shiver Shard, the Regiment of Renown, 2 Swift Shiver Shards actually, Regiment of Renown, Way Watcher. Quite interesting, quite epic. Should be all good to go. Oh, yeah. So Flower gonna set up his ranged components, try and get some overlapping layers of defense, perhaps. Meanwhile, Alric coming in hot with some Marauder Horsemen. He's got a bunch of Bear Men and some Marauder Berserkers as well. So a decently wide starting build. Shaman Sorcerer, Lore of Fire just on foot for maximum... Or is he on horseback? He might be on foot, actually, for maximum cost efficiency, yes. He's ready to slog it along with the boys. Oh, yeah. Norsca's so cool, man. Really, really enjoy them as a faction. I'm glad they get a chance to shine and be a little bit unique. Wulfric clearly taunting the enemy by showing his backside. This is an effective strategy. He knows this. He can speak the language of Moon. Let's see how they can get on. And here we go. They're off. Immediately, we're going to see the Sisters of Thorn moving up. The most expensive skirmish cavalry in the game. Kind of a skirmish support cavalry. They're going to come forward and maybe try and trade a little bit here. They are not fighting Slaanesh Javelins, although they are Javelin Horsemen for Norska. Obviously substantially cheaper, but that 40% physical resistance is going to kick in. Riders of the Mighty Serpent are the only ones here who have magic damage. Do they have actually anti-large? What? What? I guess they must have just added this like in the last update before it went live, because I actually didn't even realize they have an anti-large bonus of +5 on their javelins, which is quite strong. But with that magic damage and that +5, they should absolutely wreck the Sisters of Thorn here. But let's see. It's going to be a big old Daka from the Wood Elves as they pour in some arrows. I am curious to see how Flower ends up holding the objectives, but both players have a supply point on their home base where they have this little camp here, and should either camp get captured, then that player loses a little bit of their supply income. So, an interesting custom map, love to see it. ROR is basically cracked up. Yeah, I mean, they have Devastating Flanker, too, from being Slanesh, right? Or no, they don't actually have Devastating Flanker. Interesting. They do have Rage, and they've got Battle Songs as well, so, yeah, very solid overall for its price. Definitely very good. That I didn't realize. +5 bonus versus large isn't a ton, but, I mean, they already have very good damage on their Javelins anyway, so... Yeah, 15-7. I believe it's the same. Yeah, same missile damage as any Javelin unit, which is great. Extra +5 bonus versus large. Just it really sets it over the top there. Full on 27 per hit against large applicable targets. But coming in off the Vanguard point, pretty far forward. Yeah, enemy reinforcement point. The Vanguard point's quite far forward here. They're maybe going to catch some of these Deepwood Scouts. But it looks like some Shield of Thorns being used there as the Deepwood Scouts kind of disengage. The Sisters of Thorn decided to hold the line for a minute. They're going to pay for that pretty badly with Lord Boats being unleashed on them. Interesting to see Wulfric. Personally, in my opinion, there's not a lot of reason to take Wulfric over Sail. Maybe just, I guess, cost, but Sail's also, like, on horseback, relatively cheap. Maybe he's worried about him getting sniped, but I mean, against Wood Elves ranged, he's probably, like, equally as snipeable. But some serious problems for the Wood Elves developing as the rush for Norska comes through. Kurgan Horsemen and everything just coming fast off the Vanguard, immediately pressuring Elves on this map. Yeah, let's see. We got some Dryads moving in as well. This Hagbane's Hip Glaive Guard getting charged by Marauder Berserkers. Not ideal by any means, but some more kiting and fighting from the Wood Elves. They try and keep things together. Sisters of Thorn continuing to pull back, but just taking massive damage right now from those Kurgan Horsemen. They are doing some damage in return, but it's a tough time. Hand of Glory on those Hawkeyes help increase their reload skill significantly. Get more damage out before they get run down. But a nasty burning head here as well, and Alric definitely fighting back with a vengeance. Looking to get a game 3 on. Although, really nicely done with the Vanguard. Wild Hunters of Kurnos getting forward, smashing with their anti-large bonus. I mean, they're not trading super cost-effectively right now, but just winning the engagements. Going okay. Norska pressing on all fronts. Marauder Horsemen charging in, trying to shut down these ranged units. Swift Shiver Shards, I don't think have had much of a chance to fire. Yeah, they've still got a lot of their ammunition left, but brutal damage at close range. Sisters of Thorn moving in to try and screen once more. And let's see, another Lore of Boats comes in, cuts across the Wood Elves' lines, does fairly well, and the Wild Hunters of Kurnos also not able to sustain through that all that damage. War Dancers on a little rear charge perhaps on those Marauder Berserkers, but right now, Flower's getting pushed all the way back, like into his deployment zone, and things are looking a little bit rough. Maybe invested a little too much on the range, not enough on stuff to protect. But let's see, he's bringing in some more War Dancers here, continuing to try and kite and fight, and a little bit behind on value. Positionally as well, of course, Alric has the entire map captured pretty much at this point, so it's getting a nice little points lead. Will the Wood Elves be able to fight back here? Get back on the board? Hard to say. The High Spellweaver gets on the ground and is going to get stuck on the ground by some Ice Wolves. Very unfortunate situation for her. Yeah, not looking great for the Wood Elves right now, but bringing in some infantry, some Dryads and whatnot to try and fight back. Bearmen against Dryads is an interesting trade. I would think that the Bearmen I don't know, actually. They have less health, but they don't have the physical resistance. In a 1v1 trade there, I'm not sure who'd win, honestly. Maybe maybe it's like a 50-50 trade. Hard to say, but... yeah, those Beasts of Tashnar holding on to the bitter end. Eventually getting routed there by the Sisters of Thorn, but getting some great disruption and damage in the process. Wild Hunters of Kurnos also getting some damage on these Kurgan horsemen, but the Kurgans adding that much extra mass and mobility to Norska is definitely quite nice. Another brutal lore of boats here from Wulfric, as he is just feasting on these line infantry. Bearmen are also cracked. I mean, they're pretty good for the price, for sure. They have a lot of HP. Bearmen slightly win versus Dryads. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds about right. They're a little bit more expensive, so that's probably just about right. But here, the Bearmen kind of getting charged by the Dryads. Dryads have a significant health advantage. I'd expect they probably win that one. But yeah, looks like Flower's going to throw in the towel there. Alric overwhelming him. And that will be game. So, not match yet, but they do even the series up 1-1. Great to see. I am going to need to get some more water, so I'm going to go do that real quick, and we'll be right back. All right. see some more discussion about Bearmen in the chat. Yeah, I mean, Bearmen are pretty cracked for, like, low, mid-tier infantry. But at the end of the day, they are just light infantry, and they still die to all the things that kill light infantry, like shock charges and AoE damage, you know, spells and artillery and everything else. So, I mean, they're pretty good. Definitely helps in some matchups, absolutely. But... yeah, I don't have the speed in the Vanguard of Dryads. And they're expensive enough that when you lose them, you do feel kind of bad. What are they? Actually the same price as Dryads, actually? Rides are $550. Okay, so they're a little bit cheaper. Yeah, the magic damage and physical resistance, which in that direct matchup, because you know the Bearman will get some physical resistance as the rage passive kicks up. That helps that in that direct trade a little bit as well. So my guess is it's probably, yeah, like probably 60-40, like 75-25 in Bearman's favor. Are Beastmen even worth playing anymore? Absolutely. Beastmen are better than they've ever been. Beastmen are the most loved faction in the game. They've got the most updates. In my opinion, just the Chimera alone makes them worth dipping into again. I mean, you've got a really strong flying single entity with nice breath attack, a lot of utility from poison, magic, fire damage. Yeah, immune to flanking, which means it synergizes pretty well with, like, Beastman mobility playstyles. Granted, it's pretty expensive, so to take, like, 1 or even 2, it does hinder other elements of your build, but Beastman can definitely build around it. Centigore nerf still hurts a lot. It's true. It's true. Slangors, you know, help make up for it, and yeah, that's the Chimera does as well, but... yeah, Slangors are incredibly cracked. They are, especially in Domination, they are, like, so good. So good. Just kind of resting my voice a little bit right now, guys. Been streaming for a cool almost 4 hours at this point, so yeah, definitely a long one today, but definitely enjoying myself, so hopefully you all are enjoying as well. Be sure to like the stream if you haven't already. Greatly appreciate all the interaction. Feel like everyone knows how to play against them. Yes and no. I mean, we've seen Beastmen absolutely triumph in the games that they've been played so far in this Domination tournament, so yeah, it's gonna be interesting. See how it goes the rest of the way. But need at least 50 gold increase. They can 1v1 and win against Berserkers and Wildwood Rangers. Yeah, it's pretty wild. Yeah, I mean, Berserkers, at least in land battles, I don't think they're in any significant need of a nerf. They're good, don't get me wrong, but they don't quite feast in the same way. They usually have more threats to deal with in land battles than in Domination, or different threats, I should say. But yeah, Slangors being better than Berserkers is a little bit of an issue for sure, for sure. Wildwood Rangers, they're kind of more of like an anti-armored infantry, a greatsword unit, so I'd have to look to see. Speaking of greatswords, I'd probably Slangors beat greatswords as well. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe the armor makes enough of a difference there, but it's been going well. I mean, the early access for Tides of Torment has been pretty good. It's been good. Definitely had a nice little bump in views, which is to be expected. And at least we know something is coming, hopefully in 6 months, but I mean, Slangors are good, certainly, but yeah, a lot of things also kill them. They are, like I said, at the end of the day, they're light infantry and subjected to all the things that light infantry are subjected to, but Alric, considering his options here, we're going to get a High Elves versus Slaanesh, true DLC battle, perhaps. Perhaps. We do have Sepa versus Berserk already in the opposite bracket, so as soon as this is done, we'll jump in with them. Yes, looking good there. Let's see here. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, Alric's cycling through some different factions right now, considering what he wants to try and do against Flowers Slaanesh. Maybe we see Vampires versus Slaanesh again. Another dreaded Gorse game would be on the table in that case. All right. Here's a question for you. Are you guys more hyped for Med 2 or for Nagash? Personally, I would probably say I'm actually more hyped for Med 2. Or Med 3, rather. But, nerf candidates can see our Masks, Langors, Dreadmaw, Steer Cars, ROR Chimera. Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, the ROR Chimera, you could honestly probably still bump it another, like, 100 points or so, and it would be fine. The Dreadmaw does need an HP nerf, I think, would be the best way to kind of balance that one out, so that it's a little bit easier to deal with. Mask, I think, is kind of fine, honestly. Mask is very snipeable. Very, very snipeable. Like, Spirit Leech, Fireball, you know, whatever single target magic damage you can put on him. On her, rather. It's gonna be a bad time for the Mask, so I don't know. She's strong, but I don't think she's OP in need of a nerf. Steer Car's ability probably also needs maybe like one more unit for it to like get to full full intensity. But yeah, I personally I think Mask is kind of fine, but just limit the ability on ROR, not infinite uses. Yeah, I was kind of surprised that it has... same for Caredran's heal, honestly. I was surprised to see that both of those have unlimited uses. I mean, granted, once it's heal capped, it doesn't do anything, but... Excuse me. Starting to lose my voice a little bit. Gotta preserve for the semis and the finals here. Yeah, Steer Car, I mean, even outside of that ability, which granted is very, very strong. Yeah, Dreadmaw, I mean, just the amount of HP it has for a monster that cheap, I think is way too high. So I would agree, maybe plus 15 second cooldown on its abilities, and I would probably also drop it to like 72,000, or not 1,000, 7,200 HP, or like maybe 8,000 HP. What does it have right now? Like 9,000 something? Yeah. Minus like 1,000 HP, minus, or plus 15 second cooldown to its abilities. Definitely agree. Make it harder to use. Instinct is to nerf its cost instead. Yeah, you could increase the price as well. That would probably be fine. But just the price for HP kind of ratio is definitely out of whack with that one. Yeah, you know, Brandon, people have tried to do off-meta tournaments, but then the question is, like, who gets to decide what's meta and what's not, right? Yeah, 1,000 gold is pretty cheap for that mobile terror piece. Definitely agree. I mean, you look at something like the Manticore, only 200 points less, and it has significantly less HP. What is the Manticore, like 6,000 something, I want to say? Go to price increase, offset with more weapon strength. Yeah, maybe. Make it a little bit less reliant on that explosion damage and actually, like, do some damage in melee. Yeah, the cooldown on the tunneling, that's one that I think most people agree on would be an appropriate way to tone the Dreadmaw down a little bit. Well, not 6,000 gold, no, sorry. It's 6,000 HP. It's 800 gold, obviously. 6,000 gold HP Manticore would be insane. obviously. But yeah, the HP, what is it, like 6,600? I guess I could check right now if I put the blocker up. Let's see. We come in here and do this. And the Feral Manticore... Yeah, 5,000 HP. Wow, I was even off. I mean, granted, that's pretty low overall. But like the Cockatrice is 1,100, has 6,000 HP plus 800 for barrier. So, I mean, yeah, the Dreadmaw, it just has a lot of HP for its cost. I mean, you gotta get to, like, much higher tier monsters to get into the 9,000s range, typically. Yeah, the Dreadmaw has almost double the HP of the Manticore. Oh, that's a problem. Oh, that is a significant issue, I would say. Oh, Flower actually went Vampire Coast versus Alric's Vampire Counts. Wow. Very interesting. We get to have undead smacking their meat bags together. Yay. My favorite. I'm being sarcastic. If you couldn't tell, I'm a certified undead hater. But, two of them will pretty comfortably kill the Fireborn in sustained combat. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, generally blobbing up single entities tends to be very strong. It will be interesting to see how Nagash ends up getting implemented, just because he's such a powerhouse in the lore, such a powerful character, like, you know, should be. How much, if he's available for multiplayer, how much will he cost? That's the real question. In all fairness, Manticores aren't a great unit. They're basically terror on a stick. Right, yeah. They're not incredible. They were, at one time, very, very good. But their HP and weapon strength have never been updated to reflect the game's new Ultra unit size. So they do suffer a little bit in that way, but... They hide for Nagash. Yeah, both these factions are hide for Nagash. Me, on the other hand, Nagash is my personal final boss. So yeah, we'll be excited to fight him. Maybe secretly play as him, but oh yeah. And here we go. That's right. Silostra Deerfan, as it's apparently said. And we got the Fire Necrofex. Oh man, guys, we are getting absolutely hog wild with these builds right now. A bunch of bombers, bunch of halberds. Yeah, Silostra. We've got the Morngul Haunter. And on the opposite side, Master Necromancer with double White King, looking for that sweet, sweet double Scab Strath AoE damage. Then, yeah, just some stuff. Shall see momentarily. Okay, they are loaded in. So yeah, Master Necromancer, double White King, and then just a big old wide line. Lots of zombies, skeleton warriors, even the regiment of renowned zombies, Tithe, wow. Konigstein Stalkers, Feasters in the Dusk, 3 Crypt Bros. So, we're looking for lots of width here from Alric. Quite an interesting map here, I have to say. Looks quite nice with the terracotta sentinels watching over this valley. Big old gate wall over there on the far side. Floating pagodas. I don't know if you can hear my cat right now. He is meowing quite loudly in the background. Will have been around 10 years since the Undead have gotten a DLC when the End Times comes out. No, that's not right. Vampire Coast and, well, Tomb Kings and Vampire Coast both were less than 10 years ago, and I guess, I mean, they came out during that time. Vampire counts, it's true, they haven't got a DLC. I just fed him. He's upset about something. I don't know. You're okay, buddy. Yeah? Come chill with me? Okay. Okay, the cat is on the lap now. Yeah, DLC update. Yeah. I mean, the vampire counts definitely are just suffering in the corner. Having had only a little... the Gorse DLC and then a tiny bit of free DLC over time. Can't say I'm too torn up about it as a certified undead hater. Yeah, not the faction releases. Yeah, I get you. Yeah, Tomb Kings and Coast are, like, what, 5 years old at least, though? Both of them, so... yeah, it's been a long time. All 3 factions are out of date. Although I don't know if Coast is really going to get that much. To be honest, I would be surprised if they added a lot of stuff for Coast. I don't know how much more they could add for Coast. But hopefully they get some stuff. Hopefully they're not just completely forgotten about and it's all for Counts and Tomb Kings. Alright. Both these players patiently approaching. This is an absolutely massive map right here, with very long advance to the objectives for both sides. So let's see. The Fire Necrofax, a little bit of a meme unit, but here it's pretty decent. Undead Merworm, that'd be neat. It's got pretty good burst damage against, like, packed up infantry and cavalry. It's pretty decent in melee. It has a discouraged, or burnt, rather, leadership contact effect. So it can cut through zombies and other low-tier units a little bit faster. Let's see what they can do. I don't know, last time I tested this thing, it was pretty bad, but maybe it's decent in this situation. Could get run down by the White Kings right here, which would be maybe a little bit of a problem, but we get some bats. A wild engagement of bats here. Feasters in the Dusk get spotted. They're going to get bombed out by some bat bombers. And some Vargeist being deployed by the vampire counts to try and win the air fight a little bit more decisively, but right now Fellbats just, you know, smacking their rotting meat together. This DLC will be the biggest. I would assume then that Vampire Coast will be getting some stuff, but I'll have to inquire and see if I can get an answer to that soon. Man, those Bat Bombers just feasting on the feasters right now. Silostra gets into combat against the White Kings, which is not great. They've got anti-infantry and magic damage, so maybe she's trying to bait them out of position, but thankfully she's a little bit faster than them and can get out in front without taking too much damage. But yeah, that was a risky engagement for sure. The Gallows Giant here is going to come through and does burminate a few zombies and basically just forces them into crumbling immediately. But Vampire Coast going pretty heavily to just occupy this zone where they can try and cap 2 objectives at the same time. Makes a lot of sense. They're going to be a lot slower on positioning than Counts. But oh man, Silostra, Flower getting real dangerous, just baiting out the White Kings. I don't know if he realizes that they actually have magic damage. But what's up, Poison Ducky? Great to see you. Yeah, magic damage with a little bit of anti-infantry means Silostra really does not want to fight the White Kings. But Scabscraft, man, did they buff the damage on Scabscraft? That is quite impressive. I don't remember it being that good in Warhammer 3. It was basically a staple of Warhammer 2 Vampire Counts gameplay. But Coast does manage to get the double cap going immediately. He's going to switch directions here with all these units, start advancing back the other way. But right now, the Crypto Bros and the rest of the skeleton zombies of the Counts not really facing too much. We do get a little summon here in the back line of some skeleton warriors. The dire bats drop down. The Crypt Bros gonna rush in. And we see the summoned knights. The damned knights errant. They were summoned a little bit close. I don't know if they're actually going to be able to get a charge here, which is unfortunate. But at the very least, they're going to engage. Ooh, little Wind of Death. Or nice Wind of Death, actually, from the Master Necromancer, although he himself manages to get caught up by the Haunter, which is really, really bad. The Haunter's got Frostbite and Chilling Aura, so I don't think the Master Necromancer is going to be able to get away from this, unless he gets some pretty good screening here. But let's see if the Mourngul can just path straight through. Vargeist also dive in the back line. Alric doing his best to kind of try and disrupt here, but he is taking quite a bit of damage on various units in the process. Bombers just wrecking those Crypt Ghouls once again. Double Crypto Bro charging in on the animated Hulks. Damn Knights Errant get a nice little rear charge here. And the Bombers actually technically deal fire damage, so them throwing at the Crypto Bros is going to do some damage. It'll be decent for sure. But let's see. Definitely anyone's game at this point. We'll keep a nice wide view as the Gallows Giant gets surrounded by Crypto Bros. Not exactly ideal for it. Definitely wants to be fighting more like zombies and stuff. Master Necromancer also manages to free himself from the Haunter, who is going to now go after this cheap corpse cart. I guess you got to get rid of it somehow, but the Tithe, Feasters in the Dusk, a lot of these units getting pretty well bombed out. Flower with a little bit of a value lead right now. Nothing too crazy yet, but trying to sustain. Of course, the grind fight will definitely go in Vampire Count's favor, as they have more passive healing sources and more passive healing support, but Corpse Cart been dealt with, and the zombies versus zombies will go in the advantage of Vampire Coast as well. The zombies are a little bit higher quality. But Bombers getting charged now by the Dire Pack, although it looks like they're going to move on pretty quickly. I don't know if the Bombers will have a chance to throw at those ghouls, but the Haunter's going to come over and try and spring the Gallows Giant loose, get some slowing attacks on the Crypt Bros there. Vampire Counts did actually manage to retake their own back objective, so Vampire Coast is not really getting the points lead that they perhaps need at this point, but Silostra is going to tangle with the Master Necromancer here in the center, using her Frostbite to keep him locked down once again, get some free attacks in here. But Coast starting to run out of steam a little bit on this far side. There's also Konigstein Stalkers and quite a few other units just kind of chilling out in the no man's land here. You see some shotguns being brought in. More animated Hulks as well. Yeah, a little bit of an issue with the Coast on this map. As they take damage, they're going to find it harder and harder to sustain presence on the objectives, just because it's such a long walk for these slow zombies to try and get through. But the shotguns get in range. See if they can blast the Vargeist out of the sky. And the Fell Bats, oh yeah, just get completely melted. Wow, very impressive shotgun volley there. The Vargeist do manage to just barely land, despite them. Yep, there they go. And they disintegrate. So, Some short-range shotgun blasting now into the Königstein Stalkers. The zombies will not be able to escape once they're caught because of that poison, but yeah, right now the Night Terrors just barely holding on. It looks like they're probably going to pop here as well. The shotgun's taking some pot shots at the Master Necromancer, summoned some zombies directly on top of them, but those summoned zombies pretty much immediately start crumbling. Meanwhile, over here, this Gallows Giant in a fight where it definitely doesn't want to be, with Blood Knights, with Lances, their fat anti-large bonus. Definitely going to be punishing that Gallows Giant pretty heavily, but let's see if it can just use its mass to path through, maybe get a little rear attack on these like Crypt Ghouls over here, force them into crumbling or even disintegration. But yeah, credit to Flower, he's able to kind of sustain his presence on the objective. Still has not been able to capture this back objective, unfortunately, but is starting to crumble out some of the defensive units. Maybe this deckhand come up with the Haunter and try and sustain that. Yeah, they're doing a nice job bogging down those Blood Knights, not allowing them free reign, although it does look like they're going to path through at this point to try and get us around to finish off the Gallows Giant, which will be a pretty big loss. Alric starting to take a slight lead on value. Got some animated Hulks moving through, though. But the question is, can the Gallows Giant get back to friendly lines before it dies? Silostro, of course, no ability to heal the Gallows Giant, so it really has to be careful about taking too much damage here, but it does look like it's going to make it to the line of Hulks just in time to force the Blood Knights away. Yeah, Vampire Coast still struggling to capture another objective here, but it looks like maybe going to send some zombies and bombers to try and get that far side objective under control as well. A little bit of gold being spent there, but then the question is, can they sustain this center fight effectively? The single entities doing a pretty good job. Morngul Haunter, Silostra also continuing to wreck shop here. Königstein Stalkers are just about done, as are a lot of the units for the vampire counts, just like barely hanging on right now. But the Double White Kings, they're going to both try and get into combat, maybe 2v1 versus the Gallows Giant. Not a bad play. More bats being brought in here by the Master Necromancer and Alric. Scrapping hard. They've got 19 units on the field versus just 14 now for Flower. Both players bringing in some more units here. And we see it's Crypto Bros for Alric. And Flower bringing in just a bunch more zombies here. But as mentioned, it will take them a long time to get to this objective. So let's see if they're able to do it in the meantime. Gallows Giant is barely hanging on in terms of its HP. Really nice AoE damage from Silostra as well. The bombs on the Blood Knights is doing a nice job sundering their armor. Getting some good damage on them as well. But Silostra gets surrounded here. She goes down. That could be a pretty big problem. Looks like she's going to start crumbling perhaps. That charmed contact effect only protecting her so much, along with her physical resistance against just high damage stuff in general. But the Gallows Giant pushing forward, very bravely going to jump straight into the middle of the Blood Knights. And it's not looking great for Flower right now. He's starting to lose a little bit of battlefield control. The mobility situation is not in his favor as well. But he did get the far side objectives to start accruing some points, try and get back in the game that way. But the Bat Bombers trying to get some work done here, but just not able to overcome the slog of the vampire counts. Yeah, these Crypto Bros, a nice little surround on the Gallows Giant. He's taking some crumbling damage right now as well. I'm very impressed that Silostra has managed to stay alive, fighting back-to-back with the Haunter there. But very bloody attrition game right now being played by both players. Pistol mobs come through. They're going to screen the bats away and try and get some work done there. Corpse Cart for disruption over on the far side as the bombers try and trudge back to this double objective area. Yeah, it looks like the Coast lost their kind of home side objective as vampire counts were able to push very decisively into the space. Blood Knights continuing to get exploded, momentarily at least, until more Fell Bats land on the Salt Scuttlers. Such a great name for a regiment of renown. Bombers there. But let's see, a lot of crumbling on both sides. Salt Scuttler is going to be very short-lived at this point, but Night Terrors were brought back as well. Give some kind of speed and initiative to the Coast. I mean, right now... Went and had a nap, Doom Sage. Well, nice. You're just in time for the end of the quarterfinals. We're going to be going to the semis here in just a moment. But Overcast Wind of Death still just deletes units from the game, especially low armor ones, so it's worth throwing out. Yeah, he was able to get some pretty good damage there and kind of start to snowball things in his favor a little bit. But, ooh, Silostra misclicks that wind spell there. Unfortunate. Needed that extra HP. And then the Blood Knights also, or Dire Pack rather, get a really nice surround on the Morngul Haunter. Ooh, that's going to be great value on them. Yeah, Haunter goes down. And I don't see... I mean, maybe. The Vampire Coast are putting together a little push here. They've got some range support moving up. Night Terrors clashing with the Blood Knights. Definitely need infantry support. Don't want to be taking that fight 1v1. But still, he's got some halberds around. Perhaps, yeah, bombers might be move in as well and deal some damage. Silostra still somehow hanging around. Get some more bombers coming out as well to kind of counteract the Crypt Ghouls. Triple Crypt Ghoul being summoned in to try and take this far side objective and really put the nail in the coffin. Pun intended, absolutely. But Flowers fighting back has managed to get a little bit of the value lead back from Alric. And the bombers and the pistols moving up against this weakened Vampire Count's force. With him spending so much on that far side objective and the bombers there, the bats trying to reposition to get over there, but yeah, actually double bat. He brings in another one now to try and counteract those deck dropper bombers. Oh, but did he actually have a charge order onto the infantry there? That's a little bit unfortunate. Gonna open up some more time for the bombers to fire in, get some good AoE damage on the Feast of the Dusk. Will they actually be able to force crumbling there? Hard to say. But Alric pretty decisively putting the points lead ahead, trying to just put the game out of reach right now for Flower. So we'll zoom back over here, and yep, it looks like Alric is going to take the win on that one. So Flower taking a game off in the first battle, win with Gorst. What we love to see, but unfortunately it was not enough to overcome Alric's own Master Necromancer in this Game 3 of the quarterfinal between these two. So we will now move on to Sipa versus Zerk, I believe. Let's go ahead and see if we can jump in their lobby real quick. Just 1 second. I'm gonna mute myself momentarily, take a few sips of water, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're gonna jump in with Navigator versus Attack Speed Enjoyer for now. I think SEPA might be in the middle of a game, so we might as well jump in on this. They updated me on the score. Got a 1-game lead for Attack Speed Enjoyer. So let's see how this can go for them. Medieval 2 soundtrack indeed. It's the soundtrack of my streams always. So you can imagine how hyped I am for Medieval 3. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait to see what they have planned for us. New engine, new mechanics, hopefully. I mean, based on what they've said, what they said in the developer interview and kind of some of the stuff they posted, it seems like they're maybe leaning into almost more of a, like, Paradox, you know, like Europa Universalis, Crusader Kings, kind of, like with more ways to interact than just war. I mean, it is Total War after all, and the real-time battles are going to be just such a key component of that, especially on this channel. I plan to cover multiplayer for Medieval 3 when it comes out, but from a campaign perspective, yeah, it should be really, really interesting to see how things go. Gonna be a few years away. Yeah, I'd imagine we probably won't see any gameplay footage until maybe like this time next year at the absolute earliest. Guessing a lot of the engine updates were for 40K though. Probably true. Probably true. Yeah, you mean Total War, Star Wars. Total Star Wars would be crazy, honestly, but destructible terrain, vehicle update, 40K definitely needs those, yes. Like a cover system as well, I think they mentioned in a part of it also. All those things point to, yeah, some kind of... And I think even another part of the developer interview, when they were talking about the engine updates in the presentation, they referenced like sci-fi, right? They said, oh, no matter if it's historical, fantasy, or sci-fi, which, you know, all the clues point to 40K. Almost certainly rules out Lord of the Rings. I would agree with that. My guess is if they do Lord of the Rings, which, to be fair, I think they should, because it's gonna give them the most money ever of anything. And like Games Workshop has the license to produce the tabletop tactics game that they've made for a long time, actually. I assume they still have it. I know, like, I have a bunch of the models. Well, they're at my brother's house, but we collected a huge amount of the Games Workshop Lord of the Rings models when we were younger. Like, we've got a full Harad army with like a Mumakil and everything. We've got a pretty good size Riders of Rohan army. Pretty good size Gondor army. Quite a few orcs, obviously. Get orcs with everything, so... Yeah. If it is 40K, I am definitely going to be maining Imperial Guard. Absolutely. Booking a slot at the game advertisements, yes. Like 500,000 base, probably. That sounds about right. Watch it be Age of Sigmar. I would be extremely surprised if it was Age of Sigmar, considering they still have active development going for Total War Warhammer. Oops, didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Nobody saw anything, right? It's 40k Space Wolves all the way. Yeah. I will be playing Guard. if it is. Or, sorry, Astra Militarum. Because I like tanks. I like line troops. I like regular Joes go into battle against all the nastiness that Warhammer can throw at them. That's what I'm about, for sure. So, Guard will be mine. If I had to pick a Space Marines chapter, I'd probably go Grey Knights. I like the Psychers and like the giant mechs and stuff. So, Eldar, Avatar of Cain. Yeah. Drop some Space Marines into Tyranids. Which chapter, though? That's the question. You're rocking some Blood Angels, you're rocking some Salamanders, Ultramarines are the classic, of course. No, it's always Imperial Guard. Yeah. Yeah, it should come as no surprise as an Empire enjoyer. Yes, release factions are Space Marines, Spiky Space Marines, Guard, Greenskins. Probably pretty safe. I'm guessing Necrons maybe might be in there as well, because you need to, I mean, one Xenos would be fulfilled by the Green Tide. And then, yeah, Space Marines for Order, Spiky Space Marines for Chaos, Guard, maybe Guard, or maybe Guard, I could see them kind of like how Bretonia was at the very start of Total War Warhammer 1, where they were like technically in the game, you could play them in multiplayer, but they weren't like fully fleshed out until they got their own DLC. I could see Guard being in a similar situation to that, honestly, and maybe have maybe Eldar in that place. Like, it would make sense for me to have at least one Eldar faction on release, but I could be wrong. They didn't have any elves on release for Total War Warhammer 1, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Well, a lot of it ends up depending on like how they structure the campaign map, right? And like what planets or systems they end up including. Eldar as the Bretonia 40k Total War would be kind of sad. Yeah, I'm hoping the Eldar, we at least get one Eldar faction on release. Assuming that this is actually happening, of course. I always have to put that in, because there's always a chance that it is something else, but I doubt it. th Legion is the only Legion. Yeah, we don't know how many starting factions we have. It's true. It could be 4, it could be more. It could be like 5 or 6. Because technically, Total War Warhammer had 5 plus Bretonia, right? You had Dwarfs, Vampires, Empire, Greenskins, Warriors of Chaos, technically. And yeah, and then Bretonia was also there and didn't get fully fleshed out until like the end of Warhammer 1, which is a little bit sad, but at least they got something, right? And they were another free edition. But yeah, it is a little bit sad that Bretonia's got no DLC or updates, basically. I mean, they've got some reworks to some of their key units, but they haven't got, like, new units, actually, in basically forever, and I don't think they ever will. Who knows? Maybe maybe Bretonia is the random 4th faction that's going to be updated alongside the 3 Undeads with the next DLC, because somebody mentioned in here they confirmed that they are doing 4 factions, or they're updating 4 factions for that DLC. Maybe Bretonia is one of them. Or maybe it's Dark Elves, who knows? Game 3 started with 6 factions. No. Beastmen and what else came later? It was the, like I said, Empire, Dwarfs, Greenskins, Vampire counts. I feel like the Bretonnia thing is a Games Workshop issue. Yeah, you're probably not wrong on that. I don't think they'll let Creative Assembly have old world stuff, which is super sad and annoying, honestly, but... Game 3 started with 6 factions. Yeah, sorry, I misread that. Game 1, yeah. 5 Chaos, Kislev, Cathay. Well, 4 Chaos. Technically demons, I guess, so sure, 5, but... Unlimited heal cap, Lewin. Man, that was a time, huh? Before the healing cap was even in the game. Man, I remember when that was introduced, there were quite a few campaign players who were pretty upset. But it's a tale as old as time, honestly, the multiplayer players being blamed for things, even though they were objectively the correct decisions to make. But let's see. These guys are definitely taking their time selecting their armies, so we will pop the blocker back up and just check their status, see if they're both pretty close to being done. Yeah, not too far, but... Oh. I'm screwing this up, guys. I'm very professional at this. Click the buttons in the wrong order. That's okay. No one knows. Tony had to return to greatness. Mortis Engine Death Stars. Yeah, basically. In fact, I think it was the DLC. Was it the DLC with Gorst and Volkmar that actually they added the heal caps after that? Or maybe it was even before. No, I think it was with that, because then you had the passive healing of like the Corpse Cart and the Mortis Engine healing like Cairn Wraiths and Crypt Horrors, if I believe was the build, basically. There's tech to raise campaign, heal cap in campaign for the factions where you would want to. Definitely. Yep. Yes, it was. And, man, I remember, I don't think it was until literally Game 3 that vampires, I should say Warriors of Chaos, had any chance against vampire counts. Even still, Warriors of Chaos, that's probably like a weirdly bad matchup for them. I mean, they have a lot more tools now, so you can do some different things, but yeah. I seem to specifically remember a build with like passive healing, Crypt Horrors, and Cairn Wraiths, just in a giant death blob. Mortis Engine that broke stuff open? Yeah, I think that's correct. Okay, I'm gonna go grab my phone charger because my phone's about to die, and I'll be right back. Hopefully they're ready by the time I'm back. Oh, okay. There was a desync. That's cool. Oh, just for me. Okay, only I desynced. It seems like they're still in the game. That's... Oh, nope, somebody did crash. Okay, looks like Attack Speed Enjoyer crashed. A little bit of technical issues as we're trying to finish things up here today. Just given constraints on time, we will probably do the final of this tournament offline, and I'll cast the replays sometime this week, just because, yeah, it's been like a solid 6 hours already. This tournament's been running. We got some people in Europe who are up in the middle of the night already, and so given that both of the top players advance, like, we do need to figure out which of them is the overall winner of this tournament to determine seeding. But since the top two advance, we'll go ahead and say, okay, if you make it to the finals, that's great. I'll have them play probably offline another time, just because we are going quite long today. But let's see here. Attack Speed Enjoyer hopefully saved his army on the Beastmen. We can just quick ready up again. Yeah, Sipa and Berserk might be done on the other side before we're done here, but if that's the case, we can just blaze through a couple of their replays super quick. Alright, for reals this time. Skulltaker versus Malagor. Let's do it. Yeah, Skulltaker, I honestly... I was playing a Techless campaign just a little bit last night, and I got Vision on Lestria, and Skulltaker had taken over like half of it. Which, I don't know, I usually see him get killed, but Lestria Bowl is absolutely insane these days. You got Mask running around, you got Skulltaker, you've got Yuan Bows there randomly, like Albric, it's absolutely chaos. Or Lizardmen, just everyone invading their homeland. Oh, okay. Are we good? No one dropped? Okay. I think we're good. Lizards always get screwed there. Yeah, they just... Yeah, Lustria Bowl is insane right now. It's crazy. Rakarth also is just randomly like, I'm here too. Man, there's so many Legendary Lords in the game right now, guys. How many Legendary Lords do you think we have? I honestly don't even know. Is it like 100? It's more than 100, right? Because they released their 100th Legendary Lord, I want to say. I can't remember even who it was, but... Yeah, there's like, what, 100 and something Legendary Lords in the game? Absolutely insane. Alright, let's take a look at what we've got going on here. Skulltaker rolling in hot on his motorcycle. He's got the Hellforge Bellowares to back him up. A couple of Marauder Horsemen. We've got some Chaos Warriors. Yeah, something a little heavier. a little better in terms of stats. 46 attack, 39 defense, 110 armor. Definitely not bad all the way around. And on the opposite side, the Chimera is landed already on the ground. Not trying to get subjected to landing bug today. Regiment of Renown Chimera. We've got some Razor Gore chariots as well, ready to run in, do some nice armor piercing damage. Ungor Raiders and Centaurs. Yeah. Horn Warriors are a little bit uphill, and they've also got some Marauder Horsemen to help screen here, so it wasn't as decisive as it could have been, but they do get a contact on those Centaurs as well. Little breath attack, nice breath attack from the Chimera. Gonna do some great damage to those Chaos Warriors, so far the adherents of Khorne slogging their way forward, taking some losses, but definitely dishing out some pain in return. Skull Cannon going to open up on these Ungor Raiders, perhaps. Ooh, massive damage. Absolutely massive damage on that unit. Yeah, the Centaurs, like, I get bringing them out. They're great units overall, but you actually don't have a lot of great targets to go after, besides maybe the Fleshhounds here. Regiment of Renown Fleshhounds also out, punishing these chariots pretty heavily. Yeah, they're going to now come in contact with the Centaurs. A little bit of Chaos Warrior support there as well. Chimera lands on the engagement. His magic damage will be very good against the Fleshhounds. But Skulltaker also going to come in range, try and play bumper cars a little bit with the Razor Gore chariots. It's honestly been too long since we've seen bumper cars on this channel. 100 and... Arball was 100, that's right. I was trying to remember who it was. I was going to say, I think it was someone with the last DLC. I would have thought for sure they'd have done, like, Thankful for the 100th Lord, but I think they're saving him for something else. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, another nice contact there by the Khorne artillery up on the high ground. Actually does massive friendly fire damage to those Fleshhounds as he's trying to fire. Or, yeah, did some pretty good damage to the Centaurs as well, but the Fleshhounds definitely getting crushed in that engagement pretty badly. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne also outclassed by the Centaurs. Yeah, right now, Chaos Warriors are able to claim a few objectives and kind of keep things secured for now, but it's just a matter of time before attack speed enjoyers' mobility starts to matter. Ooh, let's get in close and watch Skulltaker duel the Chimera. I say duel. It looks like he's actually going to pull away from the Chimera there, which is definitely very smart. See if he can go find some support somewhere, but right now, definitely getting punished very heavily by the Blood Shriek. And from a value perspective, attack speed enjoyer is able to take a pretty nice lead early. Is he going to be in the new DLC? Hopefully. A little AoE damage here, or Horn of Khorne rather, to juice up these Khorne units as they get surrounded. Doom and Darkness, though, going to try and break their leadership as they fight, and one of these Khorne warriors does give up the fight and flees under that Doom and Darkness spell. We get some more Fleshhounds coming out, and Centaurs of Tzeentch. Nice choice here for that extra magic damage and armor piercing. Will be useful against different units, but both useful. Yeah, the Hellforged Bellowers unfortunately getting caught in close combat here. Looks like the Regiment of Renown, Centaur's Great Weapons, those Sons of Goros come out. They also have magic damage and a little bit of extra armor as well. Very, very tanky in that way. Another beautiful breath attack landing from the Blood Shriek. And it's looking like attack speed enjoyer is taking a pretty decisive lead on value. Yeah, like a 3,000 damage value lead right now. Navigator trying his best to sustain this fight, see if he can sustain the objectives as well. But, ooh, we got a little back cap going. Very cheeky Centaur Wounded is going to come back and try and contest the supply objective for Navi. And if he's able to take it offline, then that will significantly hinder his ability to get more reinforcements on the field. But let's see. Skulltaker still hanging around, pressuring. The Centaurs with throwing axes now forced to skirmish a little bit. Use those throwing axes to great effect. Blood Shriek Chimera basically untouched still, has its heal available. Gonna drop down there and finish off those Fleshhounds. Yeah. Fleshhound's riding down over there. And Khorne kind of cleaning up on some engagements, but oh, Skulltaker takes a big old volley right there. Malagor is going to feint down as if he wants to attack. He doesn't, to be fair. He does not want to attack at all. But it's going to get back up in the air, try and figure things out a little bit. Skulltaker charging in, gets a good contact on those Centaurs, then more Fleshhounds rolling to fight. Yeah, we're going to see some Furies crash the Centaurs, try and salvage that objective. Will they actually be able to? Might have waited a little bit too long. Of course, they don't have any actual capture weight. Oh, let's see. Let's see if the objective flips. It does not. Just barely holds that objective for his own supply. And as a result, the supply will not be hindered, but Navi's still down. He's come back a little bit on value damage, starting to close the gap somewhat as these Fleshhounds get pretty good engagements against the tattered Centaurs. But we see the dreaded Slangors being called out to come forward and get on this objective and just absolutely maul even these Chaos Warriors, especially tattered as they are. But yeah, Blood Shriek also still completely unopposed at this point. Not really a lot that Khorne can do about it, given the current situation. But at least he's got these Fleshhounds in hot pursuit. And did he actually get a triple cap? It's the UI is being a little bit funky on this map, not actually showing me who is fully in control of the objective, but that's okay. Oh, there it is. Okay, Khorne. It's like hiding behind the tower. So Khorne is actually controlling both of these objectives right now. Or all three? Yeah. So continuing to accrue points quite consistently and getting a massive lead on points. Navi really at this point just needs to try and hang on for the win. Let's see. Beastman responding. More Centaurs being called in. Blood Shriek Chimera. Gonna try and drop down and snipe Skulltaker, it looks like here. Yeah, Skulltaker kind of gets caught up in his own Fleshhounds, takes an attack there. Not quite enough to finish off his leadership, and then the Fleshhounds swarm the Chimera. They're gonna nip at its heels. Actually, some aesthetic similarities, honestly, between the Fleshhounds and the Chimera. In another life, perhaps, they would have been friends. But here, in a full surround, and not really taking much damage. That immune to flanking, definitely doing some very heavy lifting right now. But Slangors come over. They're going to tangle with the Chaos Warriors here. Yeah, interesting trade. What have they been trading? Pretty much clean 1v1 so far. And it looks like the armor of the Chaos Warriors and their higher attack does help carry them a little bit here. Higher weapon strength as well means they hit those Slangors pretty hard. So there's a mid-tier infantry that can consistently win probably against Slangors. Granted, they are quite a bit more expensive, so you would hope that they can. But yeah, Khorne's not going quietly into that good night. They've actually managed to just about completely close. At one point, they were down more than 3,000 points. Now it's less than 1,000 on the value lead there for Attack Speed Enjoyer. So Navigator didn't hear no bell. Going to continue fighting for Khorne, taking those skulls, taking that blood, and in for a grand old time. He's Marauder Horsemen of Khorne with their anti-infantry bonus. Basically like Kurgan Horsemen, the anti-infantry version, right? They're going to continue pressuring here, getting some nice charges on some isolated open field units. And Beastmen have a lot of value concentrated in just a handful of units here. Blood Shriek Chimera, as great as it is, and has been completely unopposed at this point, absolutely paid for itself and then some on raw value. It's still a flying single entity that's not going to contribute any capture weight. Really has to get a lot of work done in order to pay for itself tactically. But yeah, Beastman did manage to momentarily claim this one objective. Khorne very quickly going to reinforce and try and take it back. So yeah, Attack Speed Enjoyer, despite trading very favorably at points during this battle, has not managed to overcome Khorne's bloody glory so far. The Fleshhounds just staying persistent, continuing to summon them in, keep them attacking, and eventually they are winning out against the Centaurs in the long run. But let's see, Sons of Goros can come back over. Looks like they might try and actually finish the cap on that objective, kind of staunch the bleeding a little bit. But Khorne did take this far side objective as well, so even just now, momentarily, is a 3 cap, an absolutely Navigator can fall back and defend a single objective at this point and win, but ooh, we get the Chimera going for the snipe attempt against Skull Taker once more. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne being forced to screen here. They've got some Centaurs in pursuit as well. Oh no, Skull Taker suffers from demonic sadness and will shortly be gone from this world. Ooh, manages to stabilize his leadership, but wow, he has 50 HP left. But if the Manticore, or sorry, the Chimera basically looks at him wrong, he is gonna crumble. So super, super close right now. Beastman able to come in and perhaps seize that objective. Yep, he got looked at wrong and subsequently exploded into fire and skulls. The question is, can Khorne hang on? They have quite a bit of time left. They need to hang on. A couple of minutes, but like 3 minutes, a little more than 3 minutes. And right now, just the one Chaos Warrior here, braced. Ooh, we got another clean engagement between these two. Granted, Chaos Warriors, oh, looks like they got the charge order at the last second. I don't know if they're going to get their full charge bonus, but yeah, let's appreciate. We got stuff going on in the background as well, but let's just appreciate for a minute. A nice, clean 1v1 between two units. Rarely happens in multiplayer, but here we get to see the performance, at least momentarily. It looks like they're basically dead even, which is definitely favorable for the Slangors, considering they cost less. But Khorne trying to hold on, winning out some engagements, losing out some other engagements. The Sons of Goros are definitely a problem right now, as is the Bloodshriek Chimera. But let's see if Khorne can reinforce. They're, yeah, still a couple of minutes away from victory on the single objective. But maybe we could see some cheeky little Vanguard units coming out to try and seize this. Oh, Beastman did actually come back and finish the capture. Oh, that's very unfortunate for Khorne. So they're down on supply as they're trying to make this final stand. And right now it's looking like they're getting overwhelmed. Yeah, Navigator fought back admirably, even took a value lead there, but ultimately is starting to run out of steam in this late game, although a little mobility contingent is summoned in here. We do see a Centaurs of Tzeentch to respond to them, so should they try and go cap that far side objective, there will be a response. And yeah, Beastmen managed to get all three objectives captured. They got their supply objective captured as well right now, so Navigator definitely in some trouble, but Sons of Goros kind of hanging back for now. They're going to allow these Khorne Horsemen, I guess they wanted to go finish off this Tattered Marauder out here, chase that routing unit off the map, or reroute them and then chase them off the map. But yeah, we see some Flesh Hounds, Regiment of Renown, popped out, and Navigator just needs to seize an objective and be able to hold it for like 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes, and he has the victory. But can he even claim it in the first place is the question. He's a Horseman of Khorne taking some damage. We see the Centaurs approaching from multiple angles. Malagor himself getting ready to drop in, and Navigator's only got 5 units left on the field. So painful, so close to victory. But yeah, these units getting led away from the victory zone, or the capture zones. They're not going to quite get the full capture in place. And here we go. Centaurs of Tzeentch going to come in and probably close the door on this comeback attempt as they get a really good engagement against these Marauder Horsemen. Furies will try to assist, but it's not going to be enough to save the Marauder Horsemen. And same thing with the Flesh Hounds here. They're a little bit outmatched by the sheer volume of Centaurs. More Flesh Hounds actually finish off the Sons of Goros, but yeah, it'll be a victory for Attack Speed Enjoyer. Navigator fought valiantly, almost came back, just coming up a hair short there at the end. Wow, what a game. Yeah, what a game. And Attack Speed Enjoyer manages to hang on for the win there. Absolutely incredible performance from the Bloodshriek Chimera. A lot of these magic damage, Centaurs and whatnot as well. Very good stuff all the way across the board. Yeah, Sons of Goros, almost 3,000 damage value on them. Definitely paid for themselves and then some. And yeah, ultimately the Hellforge Bellowers did get some good value, but wasn't quite enough in that early game. Same thing, Skulltaker ends up taking a lot of damage, not really doing a lot in return, so Adnavi maybe changed those two components of his army, might have been able to pull out the win there, but credit to these Flesh Hounds, also get some incredible value there. So really, really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Attack Speed Enjoyer takes the win there, and we'll move on to the semifinals, but let's quickly just switch over to this, and I can back out of the lobby. And let's check to see what's going on here. Let's see. I think Sipa might be in. Yeah. Let's see here. Sipa and Berserk, I believe, are in the middle of a game right now. So we'll wait for Alric and Attack Speed Enjoyer to host their lobby together. Didn't he just rejoin the same one? Let's see. Or maybe the lobby just closed. Now my game is going to bug out. Yep, there we go. Okay. Now we're going to get some games going here. I'm going to turn on some music and just rest my voice for a minute or two. Don't go anywhere. I'll turn on some Med 2 music so you don't get too bored, and we'll be right back. Okay, so as we're waiting, we are going to go ahead and jump in with Sipa versus Berserk. The other two are getting their stuff ready, so we'll jump in. We might honestly alternate a little bit back and forth as they kind of do their army picks and everything. So just 1 second here, we'll get this changed over. And you know what, let's not even worry with the scoreboard right now. We'll just try and remember it. But yes, Sipa's Beastmen versus Berserk's Tzeentch in game 1. Let's take a look at what they've got. We got another Hot Malagor coming in, this time with double Chimera, including the Bloodshriek Chimera using an early heal. Not sure why exactly. I guess it gives it stock in the air for the early phase of the battle, but regardless, unlimited uses, so not really too much of a waste, just a nice long cooldown. And it looks like they're going to push forward, pressure these Tzeentch horsemen away. A couple of Tzeentch Marauder horsemen there. Chaos Sorcerer of Tzeentch. Changeling into... what's he going to be? Ooh, Changeling into Mask. Very, very cool. Hidden in the woods currently as well. So, Sipa doesn't know what's going on. But I see some Slangors coming out for the Beastmen. The Chimeras... Super Jacked Manticores is what I keep calling them. They're going to come out here and try and snipe the Sorcerer of Tzeentch. But Horsemen hanging around, throw some Javelins. They'll get some contact. Bloodshriek and the regular Chimera do have 15% missile resistance, so typical kind of single entity, not to get completely destroyed. But let's see what Tzeentch has got over here. We've got a bunch of blues, some Forsaken, random spear mixed in here as well. Looks like the Regiment of Renowns coming out in force again. Chromatic Aberrations and Sour Guts, both on the field already. We don't see the other one, the Exalted one, because it's not very cost-effective, but there you go. Some breath attacks from Bloodshriek, Chimera, and some nice Flock of Doom as well. Beastmen gonna drop down into combat, making their presence felt, but here comes the flames of the blues and the pinks. Or will it end up mattering much? Hard to say, but definitely mattering for my frame rate. And the Marauder Horsemen also moving through, getting to pull up and throw some javelins at something perhaps. Mask getting into combat here. He's a little bit squishy. If he gets 2v1'd by both of the Chimeras, it's going to be a big, big problem. Right now, he's fighting the one Chimera. The other one is lurking, trying to get over here and get into combat. But, chance on of changing. What is that? Oh, it's the actual dance. Interesting. He's not using the Mortis Ascension dance. Very, very interesting. Instead using the missile resistance, I guess because there's so many Ungor Raiders here on the field, maybe actually to help win this ranged fight a little bit here. But yeah, 2v1 on the Mask is definitely going to be a problem. There's not a lot he can really do to avoid this at this time anyway, so a little bit tricky in that way, but actually so far Mask not taking too much damage. Melee defense definitely coming in strong right now, up to 87 melee defense with Slippery active. We'll be able to resist the charge here of these Chimeras. But let's see. There we go. Something weird happening. Now we're all good. Yeah, some Razorgore chariots, or Tuskgore chariots even, a little bit of a cheaper one running in. We've got Aeson the Fallen, the Regiment of Renown, Mutalith Vortex Beast, gonna unleash its power, Maelstrom of Change, immediately just tear routes all nearby Beastmen, does massive, massive damage as well, so this is technically something that's illegal in Fruit Rules. You cannot do this in land battles because it counts as a double Mortis engine, but of course in Domination it is something you can do. And let's see if the Mask is able to survive. Another snipe attempt by the Bloodshriek, used its heal. Try heal cap itself. Aeson comes in for the body block, but there's another Chimera in here to unload. And this whole time as well, Tzeentch is kind of fighting on their home turf objective, being continuously pressured by Beastmen in their backline. Although we do have one sneaky Marauder sneaking up through the woods to try and backcap a little bit there. So definitely anyone's game still. Value is going to go slightly in Sipa's favor for the Beastmen. But right now, Aeson just kind of struggling. Getting filled with axes. Not the best situation for him. As he goes after those missile cavalry, going to try and get back over to some support, get those blues and pinks perhaps firing to equalize things. But yeah, right now Aeson's already taken a lot of damage fighting that Chimera in melee, and has not been able to output nearly his value in terms of damage. Barely 1,000 damage value so far. So Chimera is definitely making their presence felt. Mask also just kind of suffering against this Chimera over here. Trying to drain its vigor at the very least, but a little impact there from the Tzeentch army ability. Does it actually sunder his armor? Yes. No, that's just from exhaustion. I guess the vigor drain has been good in dealing some exhaustion damage. Not really damage, but yeah, let's see. Berserk right now is in a little bit of a tough position, given his lack of value, and Seepa having great battlefield control right now, but the cheeky Marauder backcap, did it actually happen? I don't know. This Marauder came onto the center objective, actually, and is going to get charged by Slangors and summarily executed. Yeah, the Mask is managing to maybe overcome the one Chimera. Mask has not that much value so far. Change Mask, so a little bit rough in that way, and yeah, it's going to be a victory for Seepa. So, looks like these guys are not quite ready yet for the next game, so we'll jump in on the next replay. We'll go ahead and add some suspense to do this. Let's see if Berserk can get back on the board, even things up with Seepa a little bit here, and we will go to the next game, this one on the Nehekaran Wastes map. And this time it's going to be Chaos Warriors for Berserk versus Seepa's Chaos Dwarfs. Yeah, should be quite interesting. Quite interesting. I see already for Seepa a lot of chaff units. We've got some laborers, a couple of Chaos Dwarf Warriors, and triple train. That's right, double Iron Demon with the Skullcracker, including the Iron Demon Regiment Renown with its flamethrowers. We've got up front some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders, and opposing them, big old Norscan army all over the field. Dreadmaw with a couple of Poison Warhounds in the vanguard, with another Poison Warhound very quickly coming in off of reinforcements. Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle plus the Blood Shriek Chimera, so this Blood Shriek is basically never going to die, pretty much, between having two very strong heals. Actually, no, it's Lord of Death, Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle, so actually no extra healing, just purely looking for damage, a little bit of Spirit Leech, a little bit of Purple Sun, and then the rest is going to be probably Marauders and Bearmen mixed. Yeah, nice wide line of Marauders and Bearmen mixed. Let's see how things go here, if Berserk is able to even things up and get on the board with a win here. Right now, I'm really liking his build so far. I mean, I love the Dreadmaw pick. Chimera is also quite good. Yeah, things are looking pretty good from that front. A little bit of terror kicking in here as well as the Warhounds get pushed off. The Nurgle Sorcerer Lord trying to get away from the double demon train, but right now a triple demon train's literally forming a train. They are connecting together to form one giant demon locomotive. Oh, looks like they're going to separate now and go their separate ways. Or perhaps just reverse the train. There we go. Absolute silliness happening right now, but that's okay. The Goblin Wolf Raiders will pull away there. And we've got some sneaky gits coming in here as well. Dreadmaw just kind of chilling in the back line for now, trying to decide where and when it wants to deploy for maximum effect. But some Throwing Axe Horsemen brought in. Yeah, I don't know why the trains, like 3v1, they might be able to actually just beat the Chimera. So I'm curious to see them trying to pull away here, but maybe they're not super confident in their ability to win out without support. They are going to get a little bit of support from the Wolf Raiders moving over. But yeah, some relatively unsupported. We've got like Chaos Dwarf warriors, laborers, some sneaky gits all together. But here it comes. Ooh, you see it so menacing. Underground animation. Oh, it's like Jaws, but with sand. Very, very scary. Gonna pop up right in the middle of these units, no doubt. Maybe. He's thinking about it. There we go. Yeah, pops up on those heavy infantry. He's gonna do some damage and help support that objective right now. And over here, yeah, I've got the throwing axe cavalry helping to contest with some hounds against the hobgoblin wolf raiders. Hounds not going to trade super great there, but with support they'll do okay. As long as they're not eating the charge directly as well. Ooh, we got a little rocket launcher. Death Shrieker teeing off on the Chimera. We're also seeing a Spirit Leech on him as well. So, yeah, definitely not enjoying the Chaos Dwarfs, not enjoying the new monster. Very much just trying to get him off the field. But things are getting a little bit broken up right now for them. Chaos Warriors able to pretty decisively win this battle over on this side, at least before the trains arrive. Even after the trains arrive, I mean, because they're in a Congo line right now, they're really not getting effective charges. They're kind of just bumping into each other mostly. So, Siba really needs to split them up. I'm saying this as if it's live. He really needs to split them up and like go in different directions so that they're not all constantly running into each other and have a little bit more map presence. But in the back line, Hellstriders tangling with Goblin Wolf Raiders. Not going to go great for the Hellstriders as they've eaten some arrows as well. But Berserk definitely trying his best. Both players spirit leeching each other's lords. But the Warriors of Chaos have the Chimera. Chaos Dwarfs do not. They did not bring any extra single entities here to assist with this fight, and thus Sorcerer Prophet of Death gets absolutely destroyed. Another Spirit Leech here on him. Should actually break him. Let's see if he fully shatters. The rocket land's going to do some damage to the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. But right now, Berserk doing pretty well on map control. Technically, Sipa's got a few more units on the field right now, but they're all quite tattered. I say all. Pretty much everything besides the triple trains are quite tattered. Let's see what they can do here. Yeah, we got a cheeky Hell Cannon. Some traitorous Chaos Dwarfs joining the side of the Warriors of Chaos. Ooh, that rocket, though, definitely puts some pretty serious pain on the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. And Sorcerer Prophet just dies to Spirit Leech, so how about that? Hell Cannon also accurate enough to be hitting these trains pretty consistently. It is a way to deal damage to them. The Chimera also is, at this point, kind of the power single entity left. I mean, Dreadmaw's here. He's mostly just causing disruption, helping hold down this objective. Although, technically, Chaos Dwarfs have the control of that objective. But, yeah, Siba's rockets right now getting some really nice value and definitely putting Berserk in a bit of a bind. Hell Cannon shots continuing to land there as well. Trains coming in for a rear charge on these bear men. Yep, it'll do some pretty solid damage for sure. But the Hell Cannon being used very similarly to a rocket launcher. It's not going to get full contact on that hit. Yeah, we've got some pursuits out in the open field. Hounds once more going after the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Honestly, could probably just countercharge those Wolf Raiders. They're out of ammunition anyway. But it looks like they're not wanting to necessarily give out free value here, so they're going to try and screen through the Laborers. And Berserk has a little bit of a points lead right now, as he does have both the side objectives under control, while Chaos Dwarfs control the center. Chaos Dwarf force is getting quite spread out at this point. Ooh, he did save up to bring the Sorcerer Prophet back in, which is nice, but the Sorcerer Prophet being on foot means he's going to take 10 years to get to this front line right now, which means Berserk has quite a bit of time that he's significantly ahead on value. Brings in some Forsaken here, nice fast attack unit. Just a regular old undivided Forsaken. Able to come in here and help secure the point. Fire Train moves in to try and do some damage in melee, but so far, honestly, not super effective in pulling through them. And the Forsaken are going to get us around here. They've got pretty decent weapon strength, so especially once they start bypassing the melee defense, getting that rear arc, get some pretty good damage. A little Spirit Leech on them as well, but it looks like he's just going to path them over onto the Laborers rather than trying to deal damage to the trains, which definitely makes a lot of sense. Chaos Lord running from the rockets, trying to stay out of reach as much as possible. Rockets maybe could try and finish off, yeah, long-range Spirit Leech Overcast from the Sorcerer Prophet there, trying to contribute something before he slogs it all the way through the sand over there. But the Sand Worm getting back underground. Another hit lands on the Blood Shriek Chimera, and it is stalked and healing, so if it can get back up in the air, it probably will come back from out, although it looks like that ability just ended, unfortunately, so Rocket has an opportunity to actually finish it here. As we see Marauder Horsemen running through, they're going to engage the Rocket in melee, but it's not enough to save the Chimera. My sweet boy, my goodest 3 boys, goes down here. Very unfortunate, but Berserk has a triple cap right now. All 3 objectives under his control, and he is rapidly accruing victory points with pretty good battlefield control. This Dreadmaw is still completely unopposed and is going to continue to cause problems for the Chaos Dwarfs. They do have some troops threatening to capture this side objective here, but it's all like light cavalry, and the train, I guess, is a pretty solid piece. But that Hell Cannon, man, way over out in the distance. It's just been feasting on value. Sneaky gets trying to get there to shut it down, but in the meantime, it will get some pretty good damage. Yeah, already 1,000 damage value there, so maybe another shot or 2 and it can pay for itself. The Spirit Leech from the Nurgle Lord, and doing some more damage to that Skullcracker. The one remaining train at this point, the others having been dealt with pretty effectively. But a second rocket comes in. Wow, very interesting. Very, very interesting. It's always tricky to, like, attack single entities with the Dreadmaw, but I'm curious, maybe he's going to surface it to try and, like, fight the rocket in melee. Be very, very silly, to be honest, but right now, Berserk really just has to keep Sipa on the back foot and keep control of these objectives as he accrues victory points. Just run around, make space, make time, continue to annoy, even if you're not necessarily winning the engagement super decisively. As long as you're trading decently well, should be fine. Sneaky Gets finally do land on the Hell Cannon there, shut it down. You see some aspect of Dread Knight giving those Marauder Horsemen terror as they try and tangle with the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. But, ooh, somebody's bringing in some serious reinforcements. Yeah, the Dreadmaw surfaces, and it actually can attack. I mean, if Sipa notices, he can just walk away, which the Dreadmaw would then have to go underground and then resurface, but doesn't notice quite in time. Dreadmaw's going to get some really good damage on the Death Shrieker rocket launcher. 4 boys. Ah, I forgot about the tail. My bad, BFG. Don't want to be a tail discriminator here. Just because you have a head on your tail doesn't make you any less of a monster, right? Anyway, the Nurgle Horseman holding here. Ooh, Nurgle Horseman, actually a nice pick for that extra melee defense and ability to kind of hang in here. They got some poison, so they're a little bit tankier than your typical Marauder Horseman, can actually hold somewhat, especially against enemy light skirmish cavalry. But yeah, the Sorcerer Lord of Nurgle on his Rot Beast has really been taking advantage of that Crown of Everlasting Conquest. Gives him extra weakness to fire, but it has been healing him, so probably a wash at the end of the day. But yeah, both the rockets deal fire damage, so they're going to do massive extra damage to him. Heal capped as he is, he'll probably run for the hills. He might come back, but we might see Berserk try and unsummon him. Right now, though, I mean, Sipa needs to get all 3 objectives captured in the next 60 seconds or so. Well, like minute and a half, let's say, 90 seconds, a little bit less, but yeah, at this point, Berserk just needs to hold on to 1 objective to claim victory in this battle and get back on the board. Let's see if he's able to do it. It's not looking good. It's looking like Chaos Dwarfs don't have enough mobility to come challenge this 3rd objective. They do have, yeah, not a lot of mobility units left on the field, and like this Hobgoblin Wolf Raider here, trying to defend this objective by themselves, going to get run down by hounds. I guess the train comes in. Skullcracker manages to survive this whole time. but it did not make enough of an impact, and Berserk takes the win there. So, evens up that series 1-1, and we're going to step away from this series, actually, on a big old cliffhanger, and immediately just go to the live battles here. So, put a pin in that, and let's go not to multiplayer campaigns, but multiplayer battles, and we'll jump in here real quick for the spectators so these guys can get started. Nice, it looks like they are just ready now, so that's perfect. Prepare the scoreboard. Okay. And just waiting to see who's who. Okay, we got Alric on this side. And Attack Speed Enjoyer on the other side. So perfect. We'll bring in the scoreboard now, since we're on the live game. And once this one is done, we'll go back to watch the third game between Sepa and Berserk, see who comes out on top there. And then we'll finish up today with... yeah, the last of the semifinals, and then I'll let these guys go to sleep, and we'll do the finals on replays another day. Do you think more complex maps and or siege maps would work for domination mode? Yeah, I mean, we've seen, just generally you don't want a ton of terrain blockers. It really doesn't make for good multiplayer gameplay in general. Like, some of the maps that Creative Assembly had created were... they have, like, individual lanes, which really just doesn't work great for domination. Granted, there are some maps in the Total Tavern map pack that have some different kind of mechanics on them. Like, there are some that have more capture points than just 3. There are some that have supply points, so if you like go capture your enemy's supply point, you actually hinder their ability to bring in reinforcements. So yeah, it's interesting to see like what modders are able to do in terms of achieving these different mechanics and so forth. But yeah, Alric Ral versus Attack Speed Enjoyer, and we should be in for a good show. Yeah, terrain is good, chokes are bad. Yes, yeah, you don't want too many choke points. You don't want like impassable terrain creating specific lanes that you have to fight in, basically like a MOBA map. It's not really how this game is meant to be played. But hey, what's up, Black Phillip? What changes do you think the Slaanesh Legendary Lords need so that the mask isn't an auto pick? Nerfs to Mac, buffs to other Mac. Yeah, let's call him Mac for now. Buffs to other lords. Well, Black Phillip, nice to see you, definitely. And I would say, yeah, Dakala could use with a little bit of buff. Just the dances also, I think, maybe need to be slightly reworked because they're not really balanced against each other right now. So, I mean, Mask, just by her nature of having mobile Mord Ascension, is always going to be pretty good. But I actually don't think Mask needs that much of a nerf. I just think people, once they start bringing tools to kill Mask consistently, you'll stop seeing her as an auto-pick quite so much. Mask is very snipeable, as we've seen. Spirit Leech, you know, big flying monsters landing on his head. Other things can definitely take him down very, very quickly, so... yeah, I don't know. I think Mask also is just new and interesting, and that's one of the reasons why it's maybe not auto-include right now, but... yeah, Wood Elves getting some good damage initially. I'm just going to message the winner of the other series and let him know. Okay. Yeah, the Sisters of Twilight gonna land on some stuff. We've got them, a Waystalker as well. Looks like some Deepwood Scouts with the Swift Shiver Shards. Some random Zotes coming in here. Hagbane Tips, Spear Infantry. But man, Alric coming in very aggressive with a massive Forsaken Village the Curseling. Very interesting choice. Yeah, super interesting choice. And then he's got some Chaos Knights moving in here, some Zangors as well. So very aggressive rush build. A lot of fast attack units, a lot of powerful melee units against lower armor targets. And the Zotes kind of being forced to be thrown in here. Yeah, it's not really a lot that can trade well with the Forsaken. Attack Speed Enjoyer already kind of getting on the back foot a little bit as he's pushed back into his deployment zone. But Wild Hunters of Kurnos come in, along with the Melkos Mystifying Miasma. And those Chaos Knights, very expensive unit, basically eliminated from the game already. But ooh, we get some Furies coming through as well on Swift Shiver Shards, Chariots. Yeah, nicely aggressive build from Alric. Although technically he's a little bit behind on army damage values, so has to be careful not to run out of steam here. But I appreciate you guys all for coming out. It's been a great time so far. We're going to continue through now to the end of the semifinals. Yeah, okay. The Sisters of Twilight getting a little bit caught up on the ground. I mean, I say caught up. They're doing some nice damage with their dragon, fighting. And yeah, the rush from Alric did land here and is getting some pretty good work done. They've managed to cut through a lot of the skirmishers. But a nice Wildwood Ranger being pulled in response. That armor-piercing anti-infantry should trade extremely well against the Forsaken, and it looks like some ranged units were able to get kind of out and away into the open space where they should have a little bit better of a time kind of kiting, fighting against these Tzeentch troops. Right now, Attack Speed Enjoyer did get a pretty good points lead already in just contesting these forward objectives and making sure that he's not getting outcapped, but little Chaos Knights versus wounded Wild Hunters in the back. And over here, the Zotes holding out admirably, doing some pretty solid damage, but also struggling somewhat against the Blues. And now more Chaos Knights coming in as well. Spellsinger of Shadows a little bit caught up on some enemies, but it looks like the Wildwood Rangers coming through. Ooh, are they going to be able to get a good engagement here? Or are they going to get charged? The trees do give them some cover. It's going to lessen the impact of the charge of the Knights, but it is still a charge of Knights. And the Wildwood Rangers no longer have any kind of bracing bonus or anti-large, so yeah, they do get extra weapon strength while something with terror is in range, but nothing right now. And yeah, Village just absolutely handling the Spellsinger. Zotes also managed to get themselves somewhat away, but little Arrows of Kurnos going to deal damage to those Furies, but actually doesn't even break through their barrier. That is quite painful, must be said. Sad no one picks Takala. Yeah, I mean, she's good. She's just Mask is a Mortis engine, so it's better. Mask is a little bit cheaper as well, I believe, base cost. So, yeah. Yeah, T'Challa is super cool, though. I definitely agree. And the Sisters of Twilight taking pretty massive damage at this point. They don't really have a lot to be able to heal themselves, try and stabilize things. They are doing some pretty good damage, but man, these just a horde of Forsaken and Slangors, or Zangors. Thought Turin say she's terrible unless that's changed. I don't think she's terrible necessarily. She's just not incredibly cost effective. I have seen her do some pretty serious work, including almost beating a Star Dragon Lord like solo pretty much, which was very impressive. But I don't think she's terrible. I don't know if I would agree with that, but in comparison to the Mask, maybe. But then again, the Mask is very snipeable, and T'Challa honestly is probably equally as snipeable. Hard to say. But Tzeentch, yeah, a little bit of a value lead right now. It's currently the same price as a full-on Exalted Keeper. Yeah, that's the biggest issue, is he's just expensive for what you're getting, especially for a non-caster, like non-monster lord. It does cost quite a bit, so I think, honestly, just reducing the base price on T'Challa would go a long way to making her better. But let's see. Wood Elves are continuing to scrap. They do have still control of one objective. The other one just barely flipped right now. So Alric getting back on the board in terms of points. He's also got a nice army lead right now with 14 units on the board and a value lead. So things are looking a little bit tough, but big old army ability is going to be called down. Village maybe in a little bit of trouble right here, but actually trading pretty decently against the Sisters of Twilight, even though he's getting some pretty big chunks taken out of him himself. But Zotes will screen there. Sisters of Twilight might try and get back up in the air. The Furies, though, we're going to move in on a surround. Ooh, potentially pretty nasty engagement here from the Sisters of Twilight. Yeah, it looks like they're likely going to be finished off by those. Ooh, they're getting their passive heal, but the question is, will they shatter and get chased off before it happens? It's like a 20-second delay before it pops. So I think there's a pretty good chance they just get straight up chased off here. Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma active for the Furies. We see some Swift Shiver Shards as well. Ooh, that might just be able to spring them loose. I could maybe see taking her against Dwarfs, maybe? Maybe? Yeah, Sisters of Twilight come back from route there. They get the passive heal, Swift Shiver Shards to spring them loose, and they're going to get back on the field. So, Attack Speed Enjoyer not going quietly into that good night. He's also leading some units like very far astray away from the main part of the battlefield here, as a lot of the Tzeentch troops are scattered pretty far, but Wood Elves can only do so much. Swift Shiver Shards out of ammunition, going to be retreated for a little bit of a points refund there. Another Melkoth's Mystifying Miasma on the Chaos Knights. The Woods working against the Wood Elves very slightly here, as the shots from the Sisters of Twilight, their last shot, I believe, actually, yeah, just hit the trees there. So, unfortunate situation for them. They're now going to have to rely on their melee prowess in order to take home the win. But, yeah, it looks like Tzeentch was able to execute the triple cap. So, triple cap with like almost a 2,000 value gold lead. It's going to be hard for Attack Speed Enjoyer to overcome. But in Dom, you can take just about anything against Dwarfs and win. Yeah, for sure. Especially Slanesh versus Dwarfs. Ooh, it sounds mega miserable for the Dwarfs. Nakari and Azazel. Azazel is meta, I would say, at least in land battles and Conquest. Azazel is consistently probably your best option in a lot of matchups. His mobility, his combat stats, the fact that he's a caster in one. He's flying as well, which can or can't be a benefit, but sometimes it's not a benefit, but usually it is. Yeah, it's Interesting comparison for sure. Nakari, because of the low armor and the size, Nakari's just tough. Yeah, always going to be tough in multiplayer, I think, unfortunately. But, yeah, it's looking like things are getting pretty tough as well for Attack Speed Enjoyer, as the Sisters of Twilight despite that early self-heal, are going to once again be inundated by Furies, Screamers, everything else. They are not having a good time. Get some Wild Riders kind of hanging around. Maybe could try and get on one of these side objectives and do a little back cap situation, but personally don't like Azazel much. Yeah, fair. I just see him used to very good effect on a consistent basis. Again, at least on the land battle side. I know he's probably not quite as impactful in Dom. And Slaanesh definitely has some different Lord choices now. Mask is definitely up there. I also really like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord of Slaanesh, who was newly added. The Steed of Slaanesh is just such a good mount for basically any character that can take it. I would recommend taking it every single time, just about. But yeah, the fact that you can get a relatively cheap caster Lord on the Steed, he has 100 speed and great mass. So he can try and avoid danger to a pretty good degree, and he's got good enough combat stats that he can kind of run in and do some work as well. Especially if you take Acquiescence to debuff an opponent's melee defense, then he can actually fight some characters and single entities very effectively. But yeah, Nakari's good in Dom. Probably, I mean, even in some matchups where you might not be facing a lot of ranged units, like let's say Vampire counts, there's an argument to be made, just take the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, but I actually think Nakari probably pretty decent there, because Nakari gets his healing buff whenever a unit is fully destroyed, which means it's really best against factions where you're going to kill units fully, i.e. undead, or maybe demons, but a lot of the Monogods factions, you can't necessarily guarantee that they're going to take a lot of demonic units, you might not get that much value from healing, but against undead, that doesn't have ranged units, which is literally just Vampire counts, Nakari. Yeah, Vampire counts, Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have some range to be able to threaten, but it's somewhat more limited. I mean, really just have archers on horse and foot, so yeah. Yeah, but from the land battles perspective, usually, even against like mid-tier ranged factions, they're going to have enough range to be able to punish Nakari pretty heavily at the start of the battle, so yeah, Nurgle is just an absolutely cursed matchup for Slaanesh, even still. Some of the changes, I don't know, maybe you can really, if you're really cycle charging like Triple Pleasure Seeker, at least again, land battles and Conquest, you might be able to get something done. But speaking of getting something done, Attack Speed Enjoyer has actually fought back here very well, managing to keep the Sisters of Twilight alive once again, and yeah, delivering some righteous justice to Village, and managed to capture 2 objectives once more, but he needed a triple cap to win, as Alric Rao is so close to victory on this one. Yeah, a little 15 more seconds, and it's going to be victory for Alric. Technically, there is a unit on this objective, but it's not going to be enough. There's no overtime in this game mode like there is in Domination on some other games. There it is. There it is. Alric takes game 1 very closely. It was honestly a really nice back and forth there. Attack Speed Enjoyer looked like he was getting behind a little bit on certain points, but managed to hold on and make it respectable, even if he didn't necessarily take the win there. Super close. So we do gotta put a point on the board for Alric. So we will jump back in with these guys very briefly after we go ahead and cast the replay for the final game between Sipa and Berserk. And here we go. Sipa's coming in hot with Norska. He's got Sail, the Faithless, bunch of Marauder Bearmen up front. with great weapons. Very interesting choice. Some Marauder Horsemen as well up against Slaanesh. Maybe he expected the Chaos Warriors, but right now we've just got Devoted Marauders with Hell Scourges, a couple of Forsaken as well. Steercar, yeah, first time we're seeing him today in this tournament. Steercar is very, very strong with his Sign of Depravity. And then we've also got the Mask to help back him up. So, pretty strong build from Berserk here right off the gate with the character situation. And Sail's going to have to be a little bit careful. Steercar did take the Steed rather than the Demonic Steed. Very confusingly, both of them are called Steed, but the Anteater Steed here does not have armor-piercing damage. Still devastating flanker and great stats all the way around. Not the most melee attack in the world, but yeah, he did not take the armor-piercing snake. So a little bit strange. Steercar's mount is bugged. 75 speed compared to 100 of everyone else, which is so weird because I swear it was not that way in early access. But very, very strange how that happened. Not really sure, but Steercar is going to get jumped here by the Bloodshriek Chimera. Definitely going for an all-in single entity fight. Some Javelin support on the side of Slaanesh, but another Chimera runs in just as the Mask arrives. So both players kind of going all in on this engagement. Definitely whoever wins here is going to be in a pretty good position to win the entire battle, although it is domination, so one bad engagement is not quite as backbreaking as it can be in land battles. But right now, Mask is getting pretty heavily pounded. We're going to see a little bombardment here on Steercar as well. Maybe. I'm not sure what that was exactly. Maybe that was Steercar's little explosion himself. But yeah, they're going to try and screen through the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, perhaps. They're a little bit of anti-large on their Javelins. Definitely doing some pretty good work against the Chimeras right now. And not a lot of support for them close, although frontline breaking means that Skinwolves can overrun into the back line, start to pressure these Javelin Horsemen. Steercar also runs for it. Sepa getting some good engagements initially, but let's see if he continues to pursue. Beasts of Tashnar with their anti-large into the Riders of the Serpent. Should be a nice bloody battle on both sides. Meanwhile, the infantry fight playing out. I'd imagine Sail's going to start to swing things in Norska's favor pretty decisively, but at the same time, Slaanesh has quite a few high damage units here, and yeah, you can see the Bearmen getting punished pretty heavily by the Slaanesh Forsaken. Up to 63 melee attack or weapon strength. Of course, all Forsaken have great weapon strength with Frenzy, but still. Yeah, Norska taking some pretty significant damage, but still, Sepa has a little bit of a value lead here. Oh, did you see the Nightmaw? Did you see it? Did you see it? Nope, nobody saw it because it's only on the battlefield for less than a second. Yeah. What's insane is with Steercar and the Mask can get minus 90% speed around them. That is true. It's very, very strong potentially, but let's see what we can do here. Pretty heavy slow being implemented. Yeah, you can see the Steercar slow just passively ruining the speed of the Bloodshriek Chimera. But they're both gonna once again get into combat. Okay, so that is his little explosion deal. And the fact that it slows them so much, he's able to just disengage there without any issue. But the Chimeras actually might go down here. If the Chimeras do go down, that's a huge loss for Sepa. It's going to put him a little bit behind, I think, on the power curve of the match overall. Right now, he is leading just barely in terms of points, but still definitely anyone's game as far as the victory tickets go. But let's see. These Marauder Horsemen are going to continue to kite. They've used a lot of their ammunition at this point. Ice Wolves coming in to fight some Forsaken. Oh yeah, they didn't have a charge into the Forsaken, and then as a result, taking some pretty bad counter damage there. But the Chimera is still continuing to fight. Not take the opportunity while Steercar was away to try and escape, maybe not fearing the Furies a little bit too much here. But Steercar, once he charges back in, is going to get punished by the Chimeras. They can get both of them to bear at the same time on him. But that speed debuff, don't think it's active. Is it just always active? Oh no, it's a 0% right now, technically. Okay. It's not really affecting them too much, but another attack there from the Chimera. Blood Shrieker gets back to fight these Forsaken here. Some little bearmen, a little bit of bearmen support coming through. Sail also has been taking some damage, so let's keep a wide view and see what he can do. Shalkane's Teeth, of course, has been banned, so Sail doesn't have the crazy snipe ability that he would normally have. Lack of Hellstriders has been surprising a little bit, but there we see some Hellstriders, a couple of them being pulled out now at an opportune time. Try and carry things for Berserk. Seepa getting a little bit behind on position and a little bit behind on units. I mean, technically he has more units on the field, but the impact, I think, of Berserk's units is going to be greater. And I'm not sure 100% on the value, but Hellstriders moving in to try and counter Marauder Horsemen. That's going to be a really nice play for Slaanesh here as they start to out-trade the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, these regular Marauder Horsemen as well. I mean, they've used up all their ammunition already, so they probably paid for themselves, but even still, just getting them off the map, getting rid of that map presence, definitely very important at this stage of the game. So let's see what they can do here. And the Manticores, I say Manticores, the Chimera's dropping down once more to fight in melee. This one is so low. If he gets surrounded by Hellstriders, despite his immunity to flanking, he will just get killed here. The other one drops down into a little bit more of a supported position. Norska definitely making a nice push right now, pushing Slaanesh back from this area, although will it actually result in an objective capture? Hard to say. Slaanesh's map presence is really unparalleled because of their speed. You get another great Vanguard unit, specifically Vanguard infantry, good against other infantry in the Slangors, which is really like, if you could design a unit for Domination, Slangors would be up there in terms of your ideal infantry unit right now. Yeah. But the Hellstriders definitely making their presence felt. Bloodshriek Chimera still online, even if the other Chimera has kicked the bucket. This Mask is going to move in here very confidently. Chance on of caging to try and debuff the speed a little bit here, but Mask gets hit pretty hard for her trouble. Skin Wolves also are going to be way more than what the Hellstriders can tangle with, so they wisely nope out of that engagement. Sail, though, gets caught by Steercar. Weakened as he is, Steercar is still certainly a threat, and Sail with only a little bit of armor can't mitigate much of that damage. He is going to take a pretty serious beating from Steercar before Steercar actually routs. Ooh, will Sail actually go down? He gets disorientated. He gets Soporific Musk. Will he rout here? It looks like he does rout. And, of course, that's going to kick off Steercar's passive, so Sail is massively slowed and cannot sail away. Gets a couple of javelins in his side for good measure. But yeah, Steercar actually just straight up fells Sail in the open field, so despite the massive damage Steercar's taken, still just such a potent character. Yeah, I do think that slow is a little bit ridiculous. Maybe needs to be toned down a little bit, but hey, that's part of why these early season tournaments are so fun, right? Right after the patch comes out, it's kind of the Wild West. A lot of people don't necessarily know how to play with or against a lot of the new things, but Steercar here been very effective for Berserk and put him in a nice position to try and clean up the series and win out. Yeah, Steercar gets routed there by some Marauder Horsemen, but he's already done his work. Yeah, 1,000 damage value only, but still very important 1,000 damage value. And finishing off Sail and hunting him down. Yeah, Hellstriders making their final stand against the Chimera. Mask also has just been feasting value right now. I mean, hasn't had the Mortis engine turned on, but that extra speed debuff can be quite good. Might want to turn the Mortis engine on in the late game here, though, if he's trying to drain out some of these remaining Norskin units. And Berserk with the triple cap. Absolutely backbreaking triple cap right now. Seepa really struggling to get any units effectively on the board, which, again, I mean, I think we've seen Slaanesh win, what, 3 out of 4? We've seen them in 4 games today, and they've won 3 of them, assuming this is going to be a victory for Berserk. Yeah, we'll go ahead and maybe fast forward a little bit as Seepa tries to make his final stand with his Manticore. He's got the Beast of Tashnar here, a handful of Skin Wolves, trying to seize at least one objective just to staunch the bleeding, but Slaanesh just will not be trifled with, will not be opposed. Gonna pressure their Hellstriders all the way into the back line, run in here with the mask, get some work done there. More Hellstriders. And Norska just struggling to attain any kind of map presence here. Steercar somehow still alive with only 200 HP. If Nightmaw still has to be a spell, but teleporting around like Phantasmagoria Vortex, I think that'd be cool. That'd probably be a better implementation in my opinion. But as it is, Berserk takes the win, overcoming Sipa in that best-of-3 semifinal series, which means Berserk moves on to the final. And with that, let's go ahead and rejoin. Oops, not versus AI. We'll do multiplayer battle. And we will rejoin here. We're ready to go. I'll go ahead and mute myself, rest my voice, grab another drink. Go ahead and hydrate yourself as well, and I'll be right back with the other semifinal between Alric Ral and Attack Speed Enjoyer. All right, we're back. Lads are still doing their faction picks, so it might be another minute or two before we get into the battle, but yeah, just thought I'd check in, make sure y'all are doing well. Been a fun one. We've been going for a cool like 6 hours, so yeah, 6 hours on stream so far. Probably end close to like 7, but that's all in good fun. Very much appreciated. I'm returned. Yeah, Maximilianaire. It is, these domination tournaments in particular can take a very long time when you have this many people joining, which, you know, I'm fine to do. I've casted plenty of long tournaments in my day, but yeah, we'll see how things play out here. But if Alric takes this, then he gets the other spot in the semis, and we'll close down the stream for today. If Attack Speed Enjoyer... Hey, thanks, Black Phillip. Much appreciated. If Attack Speed Enjoyer wins, we'll still have one more game for the end of the night, but in that case, I'll need to go text some people, because I thought we might be done by now, but we are, in fact, not, so... Quite a wild one. I have to go make a phone call real quick if there is one more game, but... Let's see. Okay, I'm back. Looks like these guys are getting a little bit closer to being ready to go, so we'll jump into battle very shortly, but thanks so much for sticking with me today, guys. Those of you guys have been here for any amount of time. To be honest, it's been quite a marathon. Just gotta make a quick, had to make a real quick phone call, send a text message. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and bring up the block real quick so I can spy some armies, see how quick how close these guys are to being done. But yeah, I mean, if they're going to take another hour to choose their armies on the next round, I might actually have to end it before they even finish the semifinals, because I do have a hard time that I have to leave. And once we've been more than, like, 8 hours on stream, I think at that point I'm pretty much done. So, yeah, hopefully these guys can try and speed up the process a little bit from here on out, but... Yeah, I was supposed to be getting a bunch of my stuff backed up tonight so that we can get my house ready to show, but or my condo rather. But yeah, I was estimating this would be maybe like 4 or 5 hours. So we're going a little bit over what I estimated, and because I have some appointments with other people regarding those things that cannot wait. Yeah, unfortunately, I will have to bow out in about an hour or so. So hopefully these guys can speed things up. Hopefully we can actually get through the entire tournament in one sitting and not have to do... Well, the finals, regardless, will be in replays. There's definitely no chance I have time for that today, but I'm hoping we can get this game and maybe the next one in time. We can all pray. Pray for fast players. Okay, here we go. We are in a game now, so that's nice. That's an improvement for sure. It's the top two, although we... yeah. I added something last night, and unfortunately this is not my decision, but as per Creative Assembly's instructions, individuals residing in Russia or Belarus are not able to qualify. I'm not in the business of vetting that myself. That's going to be something that Creative Assembly will have to vet, but, you know, we have some some players here that I'm not sure, so we'll see on that, but worst case scenario, we'll pull some runners up and have them do a match for seeding, and they'll be the ones to qualify, which is unfortunate. You know, like I said, not my decision, completely out of my hands. If it were my decision, I would allow everyone, because I'm a big believer in competitive games, bringing people together. I think you can create a lot of goodwill between different communities of people. We all can come together and enjoy something that we all enjoy. It brings people closer together. So again, completely not my decision, 100% out of my hands. And I would definitely feel for anyone who had to go through the entire tournament, thinks they've qualified, and then at the last minute, it's like, oh, just kidding. I had completely forgotten that that was one of the stipulations, I'll be honest, because no one from Creative Assembly said anything to me. It wasn't until, like, last night I was looking at some map stuff, had a quick chat with Turin, and I realized that I didn't put that on the description of the tournament, so I added it last night. I don't know how many people ended up seeing it today, but yeah, I'm hoping we don't have any situation there, but it is what it is. Like I said, it's completely out of my hands. So Alric, though, coming in hot with Sail the Faithless. He's got a nice front line of Berserkers and some Marauder Javelin Hunters and some Bearman Great Weapons in the back. So nice kind of mid-tier infantry line all the way across the board. Yeah, the Riders of the Mighty Serpent, of course, on both sides. Such a strong unit in general, to be honest. Yeah, and then we've got some Seekers. Nice, something a little bit more elite, kind of mid-tier cavalry for Slaanesh. We've got some Seekers. We've got Hellstriders of Slaanesh. Some Marauder Horsemen as well. Hellstriders here. Steer Car leading the way. Yeah, I have thoughts about it. I probably won't talk too much more about it right now because it's not the time or place, but yeah, it is very unfortunate. I feel for, you know, my Russian friends in particular, but yeah, we'll just continue on, try our best to try and bring people together through Warhammer, make Warhammer, not war after all, right? But anyway, yeah, nice clash here. Front line, we see Nakari actually. So we were talking about him in chat. He's gonna be the Lord for Norska here. Quite risky, honestly, with all those anti-large javelins hanging around, and even the magic damage javelins with that little bit of extra anti-large. Riders of the Magic Serpent. Yes, Riders of the Magic Carpet gonna be absolutely very, very strong at taking down Nakari here, so that's why we see immediately a Pavane popped on them is going to draw them into combat, but Pavane's relatively short uptime means, yeah, they're going to have to capitalize quickly in order to gain benefit from it, but it does look like the Seekers, Hellstriders charge in, and yeah, Riders of the Mighty Serpent just get absolutely deleted. It's a quick hit and run from Slaanesh. They're going to then pull away, but the whole time taking damage, there are some infantry javelins hanging around here. So Nakari's got to be very, very careful not to take any volleys from them, pretty much. We've got the Eternal Entourage here as well, Regiment of Renown. Heart Seekers. I would probably just take Pleasure Seekers instead of these guys, but that's just me. Yeah, Eternal Entourage continuing to fight here. They're taking some javelins, but their high speed allows them to still make contact with these Marauder Horsemen. Over on the other side, Attack Speed and Joy are having a rough go as the javelins of Norska, these Marauder Hunter infantry, definitely need to be contacted. Oh, and he did take Steer Car on the Snake, but he has 100 speed. Yeah, somebody was saying this was bugged out before and he had 75 speed, but that's not true. He has 100 speed. I'm seeing it right here. Maybe it's just a UI bug, like in the front end or something, but yeah, he definitely has 100 speed on the steed. I was going to say, it was that way in the early access battles I played as well, so would be surprised if they broke it after I had played that, but anyway, yeah, Eternal Entourage trying to bypass here, get around defending infantry, get on those hunters. Unfortunately, the hunters doing a little bit of sidestepping and not throwing their javelins. One of the worst bugs in the game right now is the infantry skirmish control. They just walk sideways and don't fire, which is super, super frustrating. But let's see here. Alric, with his Norscan army pretty well spread across the board, taking some good engagements, but Nakari still hanging around, the elites as well. We've got these Eternal Entourage also. Ooh, better not take a charge from those Berserkers. Instead, they switch over to charge the other weakened Berserkers. But Steerkar's fighting here. Now his speed is debuffed down to 70 since he's fighting the Norscan Ice Wolves. But let's see. Ooh, Nakari's going to pop Fascination on Sail. Risk eating some javelins here. Sail screens through. Ooh, looks like he canceled out of that with the Wit Stealer sword instead, up to 100% extra weapon strength, up to 1.1 thousand weapon strength. Yeah, maybe mistimed that a little bit. Was hoping to use that Wit Stealer sword to chop down a Sail, but Steerkar will also try and chop down Sail here. Gonna see a little Acquiescence debuffed the speed and the melee defense there, and yeah, Attack Speed Enjoyer going for the Lord Snipe, trying to get Sail just completely removed from the battlefield. That being said, Alric still has a little bit of a value lead here, and the Eternal Entourage, yeah, they're gonna... Ooh, a little bit of lag maybe, but they are also gonna get surrounded by Berserkers and eventually just cut down by that high weapon strength. Berserkers basically acting as anti-large just because they do so much damage at this point. But Slaanesh did manage to claim this far objective early on in the battle. At this point, their map presence has been so much diminished that I'm not sure what Attack Speed Enjoyer can do to get back in this game. Sniping Sail would be a good start, and bringing in some nice infantry of his own. Slangors, we heard, can beat Berserkers. Let's see, they're going to get an engagement here. Not a clean 1v1, but they attack the Bearmen first. Berserkers are going to get a flank attack on them, so probably not a very favorable situation for the Slangors, but Nakari got the Rampage on Sail, but then suddenly realized that Sail's got a bunch of Ice Wolves, which again, that lack of armor on Nakari, just so painful. Really, really painful. It means even these relatively low-tier troops can come in and pressure and get some really nice damage, so... yeah, not looking good for Attack Speed Enjoyer right now, getting down almost... yeah, like 2,500 damage value already. Sail managed to catch Steerkar here, this time with some Kurgan Horsemen in support. And those Kurgan Horsemen, with their armor-piercing damage, will be able to cut through Steerkar. What does he have, like 100 armor on the steed? 80 armor on the steed? Yeah, they have very good weapon damage for the cost, so they're gonna get in and get some pretty good work done. But let's see what Nakari can do. Some more Marauder Javelin Hunters getting ready to try and light up Nakari. I always think of the Tariff sketch where Nakari gets shot by like one arrow and then cries, because that's pretty accurate Nakari gameplay, honestly, from my experience. But let's see here. Acquiescence on Sail. Nakari's going to charge once more. Gets a Wit Stealer sword proc for the extra weapon strength, but the beautiful screen, immediately Alric runs in with the Ice Wolves. And the Seekers and the Hellstrider's going to try and come in and support, but man, it's... you know you're sad when your Greater Demon Prince, you know, legendary named Demon Prince character just dies to Ice Wolves. Oh, Nakari. People want you to be good. I just really don't think you are. Even with the great micro of these high-level players, it's still just painful. And Norska's also. I mean, those anti-large javelins, the anti-large horse javelins now with the Regiment of Renown, right? I saw them get killed pretty early on, but here they are, summoned back for more. With that magic damage and anti-large, they are going to finish off Nakari here, I would imagine. They whiff that volley, though, and then get charged by some Hellstriders. Nakari goes down, though, despite massive damage on Sail. And with Attack Speed Enjoyer's loss of his lord, I think he's probably finished at this point. Steerkar is going to come in and try and do whatever he can. But yeah, Norska just has so much more map presence, more than double the units on the field right now, even though some of them are being withdrawn, as we see from these Marauder Hunter jabs. Go back to the start, get some more HP. But attack speed enjoyer seeming to lose it here. We'll see. Maybe he's going to try and hang on for a little bit, see if he can't make something happen, but it's very much out of reach, I think, for him. Kurgan seem to do work really good despite the lack of armor. Yeah, I mean, Kurgan horsemen are just, they're glass cannons. They'll do damage really well to a lot of different things. But they can take damage and die very, very easily if you're not careful. So, like, even here, the Kurgan horsemen we did see get called in. I mean, one is extremely tattered, and I guess the other one is like half HP, but still. A lot of things can deal a lot of damage to them, but very, very effective, especially in a surround. And they're like the cheapest armor-piercing cavalry in the game, maybe besides something like Boar Boys. But they do compare very favorably, actually, to Boar Boys. Similar costs, but I think Kurgan Horsemen are maybe just better. They don't have the missile block chance, they don't have quite as much armor, but overall, a really, really great unit. Really nice addition for Norska, too, just to be able to go a little bit wider with more mobility, while still investing in some key elite units here and there. Like in Domination in particular, being able to take like all these Berserkers, plus the Kurgans, plus the Marauder Horsemen, it's really nasty for sure. Definitely can get some nice work done. So, yeah, the Norska was always a good faction, even if they did get extremely stale at a certain point. They were always good, and so more additions to them just makes them even better. And I honestly think they're going to be an S-tier faction. Probably at least Domination, both Norska and Slaanesh. I mean, Slaanesh was already S-tier. They're going to be S+ tier now. Norska also will be in the S-tier, I think. High Elves additions are helpful to them, probably more so in land battles than in Domination. We didn't really see a ton of High Elves today, even though they did get some nice additions to their roster that do make a pretty good difference. Domination-wise, I think they're still going to struggle just because their faction identity. They don't quite have the speed to really compete with like top-tier Domination factions, but yeah, Norska, Beastmen, Slaanesh, Warriors of Chaos seem to be like the most common and strongest picks, in my opinion, today. We did see Warriors lose out a couple times, but basically anything that got like Chimeras or Dreadmaws, or both, in the case of Warriors. But yeah, anything that got new Chaos stuff, those factions are going to be probably the top of the leaderboard, if I had to guess. Attack speed enjoyer attacking out on the flanks here, trying to summon whatever units he can. He is going to play until the bitter end here, which I respect, even if I do think his task is pretty hopeless here. But yeah, he's getting some units on the board, maybe trying to catch Norska a little bit off guard. Norska leaving some defensive elements, sort of these weakened units kind of hanging around, making sure there's objectives are not just completely open for the taking. But yeah, Hellstriders Seekers getting in here, carving up those Marauder Berserkers for the Ice Wolves. Such a nice unit, honestly, especially in Domination. These larger hound-type units like Flesh Hounds and Ice Wolves, great weapon damage, great speed and utility and mobility, and just overall, I guess they're not even technically Vanguard, the Ice Wolves aren't, they're just fast. And they slow enemy things down and deal great damage, especially to low armor factions like Slaanesh. So looking great there. Just getting a couple texts from some people that I'm meeting up with here in a minute. I'm gonna, yeah, try and get my cat kind of acclimated to the place he's going to be getting boarded in. But regardless, Slaanesh Horsemen make their final stand. They might actually be able to take this objective, but Sail is somehow still alive despite everything. Very, very impressive. Yep. Looks like Attack Speed Enjoyer is going to throw in the towel there, and Alric does take the win, so that will move him on officially to the finals. And that will be it for us for today. So, if I pull this up here, we can do that. So you guys can see final state of the bracket. Yeah, Berserk able to move on. Alric Rao will move on to face him. And we shall proceed from there. So thank you all so much for coming out. Thank you for sticking with me 6.5 hours on this tournament just for streaming, plus like another hour beforehand. Almost a full-on 8 hours, almost a full work day for this tournament. And these players definitely put in some work. Great job to everyone who played. Great games. Thank you all so much for joining. Thank you to Creative Assembly for sponsoring the tournament. And thanks also to Turin for the site and helping out on the back end. Big thanks, especially to Opal Bear Black for setting up the emergency bracket for me. Really would have gone much more sideways and taken much longer without him. So thank you all so much. It's been my pleasure. I'll have some news soon, and I'll have a video probably with the best of 3 with the finals. So be sure to stay tuned for that. That's it for me for today. Yeah, thanks again. You guys are the best. I very much appreciate being able to do this for you all. So thanks again.